Midnight has fallen. And with the new expansion comes a new season of the Mythic Dungeon International. While we have all been busy racing Xal'atath's forces, our teams have been preparing to race against one another. Today we see if that preparation pays off. The road to BlizzCon begins here. I'm Rookery, your host, alongside our champions, well, casters of light, Teddles, Zyro, and Dratnos. You know, Teddles, Midnight has brought a ton of amazing content our way. What have you been up to since it released?
Oh, dude, I've been actually having so much fun. Started off the expansion, leveled a bunch of characters, casted the Race to World First. This Race to World First was insane, a lot of hype moments. The secret phase on Lura, that was crazy. I've got Resilient 20s recently. There's also been, I did a 0 to hero on like a Holy Priest, and so I learned that healing was just as expected, where there were some high moments, there were some low moments, especially like this one here, where I was able to save the group, so I really was doing the job of the Holy Priest. Now, you might see this boss at 6% and think that this is going to be a wipe, but just watch as I'm able to keep just myself and the Demon Hunter alive. I even fade here to make sure that after I get aggro, I don't end up getting meleeed. So, oh, look at that power infusion. Very impressive. But yeah, I did a 0 to hero on the Holy Priest, which was a lot of fun. Been having a ton of fun just doing a lot of Mythic Plus this season.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Honestly, that looked very heroic to me, even as the corpses of your allies were strewn across the field. So
I don't know how
well
I do
done,
it.
Teddles. I don't know either. You're pretty incredible. Dratnos, I mean, how about you? What have you been doing?
First, I'd like to respond to Teddles' clip briefly here. I just want to point out that his highlight reel as a healer was a clip where only 3 of the 5 people in the group died. That's the best clip you're going to get from him on the healer. Now, me personally, I've been having a great deal more success. I've been clearing the Delve boss, clearing the raid, having a good time. Here's our kill screenshot after the boss went down. There's me, Dratmoose, on my druid, down there in the middle, doing the /lean, hitting an aura farm in our screenshot here. We also did, my guild and I, we did a housing jump puzzle. There's this evil man in my guild that made a 17-story jump puzzle aura farm in our screenshot here. We also did, my guild and I, we did a housing jump puzzle. There's this evil man in my guild that made a 17-story jump puzzle house. Just to give you an idea of how hard this thing was, this is us trying to get into the house to find the door, the entrance of the house. So this is all outside. We're all on these like level 1 characters trying to get in and figure out where to go. This pile of corpses. That was just the beginning.
Did anybody actually make it into the house?
Yeah, we made it. All of us made it inside. And then there were 17 floors to get to the top. And throughout the entire way, you could fall from any of them all the way back to the bottom. So I made it to like the 16th floor, and then I fell to the bottom, and then I rage quit. But there were people who won, who finished the whole thing.
Look, I don't blame you. As somebody who's also terrible, I'm terrible at jump puzzles. So I would have rage quit as soon as I got up there too, honestly. But, you know, we've got at least one other here, Zyro. What have you been doing? Any jump puzzles? Anything else? What have you been up to in Midnight?
None of that. But also, like Dratnos, I want to tack on to Teddles' post because he changed what he said from our run of show rehearsal that we did before today. He said that healing and keys was payphone, and he didn't say that live. So I just wanted to call that out.
I meant that.
But you know, yep. Like these two, you know, I enjoyed leveling characters. Did Noleas as well. That was fun. Race to World First was awesome. Got to cast the secret phase on Lura and the kill with Teddles. That was amazing. That whole race was really fun, and it was also fun to progress in that race as well. Recently, I've been playing D4, enjoying Warlock. A lot of fun in that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me. What about you, Rook? What have you been up to?
Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, can I just say, I loved watching all of your reactions to the Race to World First, especially that secret phase. It was like incredible. Such a good one. But for myself, I've been a little more casual. I've been approaching a lot of the content. We had so much stuff with Midnight, so I've been doing a lot of the campaign, just even like doing a full run on stream with a great friend of mine, Lithy, where we've been going through and really taking apart a lot of the story and voicing all of the characters, which has been a blast. And of course, I've just loved exploring the zones, Silver Moon, Eversong Woods. It was gorgeous to see them revamped, especially since I started out as Blood Elf, and coming back to them like this was just amazing. And then housing. I've been doing a lot of housing, like actually an embarrassing amount of housing, or not. I embrace it. I love it. It's been good. So honestly, I think the whole expansion has been a lot of fun and brought a lot for all types of players. It's been such a strong start, but there's only more to come, including the MDI. So in Season 1, our teams will begin their MDI journey on our broadcast, but they will end their journey on the BlizzCon stage. And we've got a whole pathway for them to end up there. So let's take a look at our roadmap. Now, of course, to qualify, our teams had to participate in the time trials in April. Now, this is open signups, so don't forget, you can hop in there in future seasons as well. You can get a banner. It's a lot of fun, and we encourage everybody to jump in for it. Now, the top 24 teams from that moved on to our groups weekends, which start today, and then we'll have our Season 1 finals in June. But that is not the end of it. In September, our teams will reconvene. Our 3 global teams and a top Chinese team will come together on the BlizzCon stage and compete in our grand finals. Now, it's not just this glory that's on the line. Of course, our teams as well have these prize pools that they're going to be striving for. As they move through these different groups, the Season 1 finals will have $100,000 on the line, $300,000 for the global finals, but I know a lot of the competitors have also been so motivated that BlizzCon is really the end of this journey, and they'll be able to be there with everybody and celebrate their victory, hopefully, live. But it's been an amazing start to the expansion, like we said. And to get to BlizzCon at the end of the year, our teams are going to have to tackle dungeons a little bit differently than our last few seasons. So speedrunning has returned to the MDI. Zyro, can you give us some insight on how speedrunning changes the dynamic of the competition?
Yeah, I'm super excited for this. Great Push format was fantastic. We ran 3 straight seasons of it, but we're back to the original speedrunning format. And where the Great Push kind of prioritized being meticulous with your routing, making sure you were super consistent the entire way through, and it was kind of a slow burn throughout the weekend over 15 hours of gameplay. The MDI is almost the complete foil of that. It's everything super tightly packed into 15 minutes of action where the teams are going for the biggest possible pulls. And while they still do have to be consistent, they also have this ever-looming threat of the team that they're going head-to-head against on the other side potentially doing a faster strategy. So they really have to come up with these insane routes and sometimes go for crazy pulls that can result in insane wipes at the final moment of the key, just costing you the entire season, like we just saw from Perplex there. That was a crazy one that happened back in War Within Season 1.
Oh my gosh, speedrunning really does add this intensity to it. But of course, our teams are going to have to do this head-to-head within the format that we have for the season. So Tettles, can you give us some insights on the technicalities of how the MDI will play out?
Yeah, obviously Zyro just talked about the head-to-head nature of this new MDI format. It kind of gives a little bit of tension between the teams. We're going to have 8 teams this weekend going head-to-head in best-of-3 dungeons, with the finals being best-of-5. And they're trying to get the lowest time in that map. Basically, the dungeons are going to be ranging from the 15 to 17 keystone level. And on the MDI, they provided the levels and potential affixes. Obviously, there's no affixes in advance, where the teams were able to practice and come up with unique strategies and cool tech and interesting routing to be able to try to time the dungeon as fast as possible. There's also a blip at the bottom where it says the new spec variety pool, where we are going to be banning 3 specializations per dungeon. Obviously, in the first dungeon of a series, the teams are going to be able to self-select which specs are going to get banned, and there's a little bit of interesting decision-making that's going to be happening there. You're no longer able to ban maps. Instead, you're going to be banning specializations on a per-run basis. And the most popular specializations that you play the most frequently, those are going to be the ones that auto get banned.
Honestly, seeing the varieties, like the spec variety rule, has been so fun just to get like a broader array of all the different specs on display. And I think this time around it's going to prove a really big challenge for our teams. But I know they've been preparing, they've been working on it since this rule was introduced, and I can't wait to see what they're going to bring to the table. Now, we got a little preview of what they might be bringing in our time trials. So, Dratnos, whether somebody is a first-time watcher or a long-time fan, our team's time trials give us all a little sneak peek of the season ahead. So what have our time trials set up for us here in Season 1?
That's right. About a month ago, we gave these teams 2 different dungeons, Skyreach and Mysara Caverns, and they pushed them all up to the 16 key level and then ran them over and over again as fast as they could. So here are the times that we ended up seeing in that Skyreach. I do want to note that the time trial format, you have unlimited attempts at these. The important thing about this speedrunning head-to-head day that we have ahead of us and weekend that we have ahead of us is you only get one shot at this. So no matter how good or how bad your time trials were, if you can do it one time really fast, that's all that matters this weekend. So the time trials give us a good indication of the strength of these teams. Here's the Mysara Caverns times that we have as well. But what they don't really show is which teams are able to actually do this consistently, right? If a team can do it 20% of the time, they'll look really good in the time trials, but they might have a really tough weekend. This is when we add together the times from both the dungeons, and in red here, you can see the teams that are actually playing this weekend in our group. So in particular, note that we have a lot of really close times between some of our teams, right? We have the 7th and 6th seeds both in this weekend, the 13th and the 12th, and the 18th and the 19th. So on paper, we have some very, very, very close matchups ahead of us this weekend, especially when you factor in 2 of these 8 teams will be making it to our finals in the next month. So this is very important, right? Which of these 2 teams will it be? On paper, Mandatory have a huge advantage for one of those slots, but that 6th and 7th slot are very, very close.
It's going to be honestly neck and neck, I think, a lot with a lot of these teams. And what they've shown in the time trial, sometimes teams hold on to things, sometimes that extra practice they can hone in on really can also change how they engage with the group set, competition. So I can't wait to see what they're going to bring. But when it's this close, I think it's individual players that really make the difference. And we've had swaps for many of our teams, which have kind of shuffled around some old players to new rosters. So Zyro, can you run us through where everybody has landed?
Yeah, quick swaps for this weekend. I think the one that everyone saw happen a few months ago was the big Echo change. A lot of the current members of Holy Method from last season, as well as a couple of returning players from the Echo Guild. Mira's finally back on an MDI team, Ryson returning since, I believe, Season 1 of Dragonflight. They've joined forces with Mandatory. Maystine is the only returning member of that previous Mandatory squad that's still on the team, and this is by all means a super team. This team is completely stacked. They should be insane. They're the number 1 overall seed. They should be our number 1 seed for this weekend if they're able to play up to that potential. But, aside from them, we also have a couple of new players from Cousins going to Polish Mountain. Eurus and Soma are going to be joining that team. Polish Mountain has been a very solid team for the past several seasons, for the past couple of years, honestly. They've kind of been on that same trajectory as Mist Count was a few years ago as well, so we'll see if this change projects them to even newer heights. We have a new team as well this season. Sin Spellbook is a new squad comprised of members from both Suspicious Activity, as well as the pairing of Shelley and Roybin, who have been in multiple MDIs throughout the past several years. That team should be a force to be reckoned with this weekend as well. And finally, Mickey from Los Golfos has joined Cook Is Gone, who's going to be one of our first 2 matchups this weekend as well. So we'll have to see how these roster swaps work out for these teams this weekend.
We will. I mean, honestly, I love seeing some of these folks end up in different configurations. You always wonder when exactly is it going to just lock in. And I know especially with Sen Spellbook, I'm going, okay, is this going to be it? Or Polish Mountain, is this going to be the season that they really have figured out how to clean up some gameplay and get higher and higher up the ranks? But we're going to have to find out as we go through the weekends. And I mean, Tettles, as we come into this weekend, who do you think among our teams is going to be making a big impact?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I actually think that this is kind of the group of death, and it's happening the first weekend of the MDI, where a lot of unexpected things in terms of routing, strategy, tech, and the spec variety rule, I think, plays a huge factor. The time trials, like Dratnos mentioned, happened a month ago, and so I think that for teams like I Do It and Cook Is Gone, there's a lot of upward mobility. Shindig released a video yesterday talking about how his team actually didn't play that much during time trials because a lot of them were locked down behind a pretty intense rating schedule. And I think that, Sin Spellbook, they streamed a lot of their time trial practice. And I think that they had something similar where they weren't even playing full schedules. They weren't practicing as much as they possibly could because of conflicts with rating. And so I think that the 6th and the 7th seed and the 12th and the 13th seed have lots of upward mobility and can play very heavy spoiler this weekend. I do tend to think that Mandatory should be a heavy favorite for that number 1 slot, but the number 2 slot seems like it's pretty open between a lot of the teams this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mandatory, although it's a slightly different version we've seen, they're so strong, and I think these players in particular have a lot to show, but these other teams as well, they can get up there, and who is going to make it through, I think is going to be a really exciting thing to watch today and throughout this weekend. But don't forget, everybody, that many of our competitors are actually co-streaming on their Twitches, so check out their player point of views, and if you don't see a streamer that you'd really like to watch, encourage them to participate. You can find more information over on the MDI Discord. but soon you're going to get to see all of our teams in action. But we need to take a moment to take a look at our starting bracket so we can get a sense of who will be facing who. Dratnos, what matchups will we see today?
Yeah, so up first, we've got Mandatory versus CARLA goes BRRRRR. This is going to be a really important series for us to sort of get a baseline of how well Mandatory are going to be able to perform, not just in time trials, but in this one attempt per run that we have with our format here. But all the other series that we have today are really important too. Cook is Gone versus I Do It, extremely close in the time trials between those two teams, who will earn the right to stay in the upper bracket between them versus who's going to get sent down to what will almost certainly be a very grueling lower bracket. And then both Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook have important series to prove themselves that they deserve those spots to be potentially competing with Mandatory for a spot out of this group. And of course, that gives opportunities to Almost Fine and FIRMAWAND to upset them.
I mean, it's possible. Zyra, what do you think, taking a look at everybody?
I think Dratnos nailed it entirely. I mean, looking at the overall bracket, Mandatory should be the #1 seed, and we kind of want to look at that lower side of the bracket at their 6 and 7 seeds. Sorry, I had to get one of those in there before they cut me off. And, I mean, one of those teams should be the 2nd seed coming out of the weekend, but, you know, how they played today with all of the roster swaps that we've seen will definitely give us a good indication of which of those two teams is likely to be that 2nd seed coming out of the weekend.
Yeah, we will. I mean, Dratnos and Zyro outlined it brilliantly, and we have a ton of great runs ahead of us, I think. But Tettles, what do you think is going to be our biggest matchup of the day?
Cook is Gone and I Do It, probably. Obviously, they're the 12th and the 13th seed. I think it really kind of comes down to how much time and practice, and what are they going to be doing about the spec variety rule. I think Zero Cool is on that team, so a lot of, name cachet, but he was playing Rogue during time trials, which isn't seen as like one of the premier specializations. Is he just going to play Rogue throughout the entirety of the weekend? It's kind of interesting. For I Do It as well. What are they going to do with their spec variety rule? I think that that's probably the most interesting matchup between the two closest teams on today.
All right, we'll see if that's true. And chat, don't forget, you can get your voice heard as well about these predictions. We're going to be doing predictions throughout the day, but you can join us. There's actually one up right now in the chat. So our first series is going to be Mandatory versus CARLA goes BRRRRR. Is there? I'm not sure of the inflection.
I can't.
There's a flag on play. I think there.
I think we could go BRRRR.
BRRRRR. CARLA goes BRRRR, I've heard is the official pronunciation from everyone. But get in there. Let us know who you think is going to make it. Makes doesn't get on until later, so, I can just go wild. But everybody, be sure to get in and get your predictions in, and we'll be predicting as we go through today as well. Now, let's go ahead and talk about this first matchup. However you pronounce it, both of our teams are very interesting in bringing a lot to the table. So Mandatory, they look a little different this season as a team, as we already talked about. And Tettles, what do you think we're seeing from this new group?
So, Merez never actually tanked in an MDI/TGP format. What is that going to look like? I think actually the only time he tanked was during one of the time trials ever ago. I think maybe even back in the battle. What is that going to look like?
One season, yeah.
Yeah, and it's
that was it.
Also the situation of brand new teams, even with established players in a new configuration, tend to get like 3rd or 4th place most of the time. Except Mandatory, they came out and they are the #1 seed from time trials. Are they going to consistently be able to put up #1 seed times? That's kind of an interesting question for them. For CARLA goes BRRRRR, I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's a really big uphill battle. Like they're going to have a really big uphill battle because this Mandatory team has such well-established players who have a lot of success.
I mean, it's not a big matchup that you want to have right at the start of your journey through the MDI. But, I mean, they're going to have a lot to throw at them besides even just the teams. I mean, we've got this new spec variety rule as well, the new iteration of it. So, I mean, Dratnos, with this being the first time we'll see it in action, how do you think we're going to see these two teams tackle it?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Do you try to save some of your strongest specs for maps 2 and 3, maybe plan for the other team using all of their favorites on that first map? You also have to look at the rest of the weekend, right? Because what may happen is, say you have Mysara Caverns in 3 of your series, right? You can set up to always be playing your main specs in that one, regardless of where it is in each of those matches. So there's a lot of counterplay. There's a lot of nuance to this. Most of what's important, though, is that you have every single player on your team able to play multiple specs at a very high level. And that's just something that we haven't tested in a speedrun format before. So it's going to be very interesting to see what that looks like.
I know, I'm so curious, and I'm just so curious to see too what the teams are going to bust out. But I see a lot of you down below, you're leaning towards mandatory. It makes sense. Now, Carla, in the chat even saying, thank you to anybody who believes in us. We love you. We are going to die first pull. I mean, have some faith. Listen, Carla's our underdog in this matchup. But Zyro, I know that you were saying that you think there's some interesting things that they might be able to bring to the table.
Well, I mean, not necessarily this team in particular, but in general, in the past in the MDI, every single team has brought something to the table. I mean, when you think back to, like, way back to, like, BFA, remember Angry Toast pulled out this insane pull in his Haldazar that everyone ended up copying. First season of Shadowlands, we had a team bust out the Vinthier Holy Paladin, which ended up being a mainstay for the rest of that entire season, and those are both the lowest seeded teams in the bracket, so even though they might not have faith in themselves, and chat clearly doesn't have faith in them based off of the poll here, I think they still have potential to bring some interesting strategies to the table here.
I agree. Look, I've got faith. I will join in. I'll give Carla, in my prediction, at least one map. But really fast, let's do around here. Zyro, who do you think, what do you think this is going to look like as far as our score goes?
Well, judging by what I just said, you'd think I'd give Carla a map, but no, I think it's going to be 2-0 mandatory, unfortunately.
All right, Dratnos.
Yeah, I'll bravely also go 2-0 mandatory. Look, I love having faith in teams, but I also like winning the predictions more.
Tuttles?
Mandatory 2-0.
Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? I'll be the believer. I'm going to do it. I am going to give, it's going to be 2-1. It's going to be 2-1. Carla's going to get 1. Mandatory's going to get the 2. But so Carla, brave. I believe in you. Now, you've got to make this happen. Okay, you know what? I'll be the believer. I'm going to do it. I am going to give, it's going to be 2-1. It's going to be 2-1. Carla's going to get 1. Mandatory's going to get the 2. But so Carla, brave. I believe in you. Now, you've got to make this happen. We'll see if they're able to. This is going to be our first series of the day. Mandatory versus Carla here on our first map. We'll toss it over to Tuttles and Dratnos. Have fun on the analyst desk.
All right, and we are seeing interesting compositional differences between the teams. Carla goes BRRRR actually electing to play this Vengeance Demon Hunter, where Mandatory are on this Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid this week ended up receiving some changes, and now they are playing an Apexless talent build, but Guardian Druid does infinite damage. Look at Merez on the left-hand side. 400,000 DPS, 500,000 DPS even. Top damage of his group. Maystein is got to catch up. Kush also in third place now, getting beat out by the Bear Druid. An absolutely incredible pull by Mandatory here. They are going big with this first pull with Bloodlust.
Didn't they just buff that spec titles? What is that Bear Druid doing right now? It's keeping up too.
Yeah,
you have 3 people in the group doing 1 million DPS.
A lot of thrash damage in that Bear Druid now.
Okay, something interesting to point out, though, Maystein bringing out the Affliction Warlock instead of Demo, which is what we all assumed we'd see Warlocks be playing over the course of the weekend. That's also a spec that recently got buffed in that patch that also buffed the AoE of Guardian Druid, too. I wonder if that's maybe a tech pick for them to try to keep Demo for a later dungeon, or if they just think that's an overall better spec for this particular format. But like we were talking about at the top of the show, Tettles, we're not done. We just got one big pull, and we're instantly going into the next big pull. Just massive pulls nonstop here.
Okay, so a couple of specializations that I think we're going to see a lot throughout the entirety of this weekend. Devour Demon Hunter, brand new to this expansion. This specialization is probably one of the god specs, but it's similar to Augmentation Evoker, one very specific thing. Constant combat and chain pulling. The Augmentation Evoker is able to keep really high duplicate uptime, which is its Apex talent, and that allows it to be able to do insane amounts of DPS. And the Devour Demon Hunter, by being able to spam Consume and get a bunch of souls and making sure that they have really good Void Metamorphosis uptime, is getting 6, 7, potentially even 8 stars at some points of time in their Void Metamorphosis window. But the way that you're going to see these teams pulling is going to be heavy around chaining and making sure that they're maintaining at least constant combat with a couple of mobs, ideally.
Yeah, just so they could stay in meta. Do you think there's ever any situations that we might see them play short meta in some of these keys, especially if it's like on a 15 key level like this?
It's kind of an interesting point. Never really considered short meta. I think that, like, especially for high keys, there's never a point in which you would play short meta. It really just kind of comes down to damage and timing optimizations. That's kind of an interesting thought, though, Zyro.
Yeah, we'll take a look. If you actually are curious, I believe we have a talent optimizer that you can look at in the top left of the Twitch stream, if you click on that arrow, you can see exactly what talent and gear that all of these players are running. But yeah, I mean, this is what we're looking forward to, right? Just nonstop back-to-back-to-back big pulls, and we are already at the cusp of the third boss here on the side of mandatory here. 3 pulls into the dungeon. We already have an insane amount of count to deal with as well. Nearing that 50% mark, going to go well over that as we pull more trash on top of this pull. The remainder of this pull is probably going to get dragged straight into the boss.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, look, I'm telling you, okay, I think that this Bear Druid, we are going to see it all weekend. I think that this is going to be the protection spec. Like, the teams do not let get banned for map 2. Mirrors is doing, like, 400,000 DPS on a purple basis. If you end up logging onto any other tank, I mean, we see Zerth on the side of CARLA goes BRRRRR. Look at him. He's at 200,000 DPS. I think that this Guardian Druid specialization, there are just, like, levels to the amount of damage that we expect to provide.
Yeah, so the only situation in which they wouldn't be able to play it, right? They can hold on to it after the first dungeon. If it goes to a game 3, though, it's automatically banned out, right?
Of course.
So they can play it for the first 2 for sure every time if they want to. I think the only thing that would throw a bone in those plans is if they feel like they have to play it for the third map, which means they wouldn't be able to play it in the first map. That's a discussion for another time, because look at mandatory here, already on the first boss, already at 75%, and they're just pulling more trash down. They're trying to funnel extra stuff on top of the boss. That's going to be really good for the Affliction Warlock.
So they have
the Demon Hunter.
58% enemy forces. They have more trash on top of the boss, and they got the boss pulled faster, Zyro. This is looking fantastic for mandatory. Now, there is a question. What are they going to be able to skip with this much count? Like, are they going to be able to skip stuff in that second area with all the Gnarldens? That could actually be a pretty big time loss. Are we going for the zero-bound defender route? That could be something that could slow teams down just because of the shields. I think that we're going to have to see what the route for mandatory is going to be looking like inside this dungeon.
Yeah, and, we need to take a look at CARLA goes BRRRR as well here. I can't roll my R's. I don't have that in my repertoire.
Oh,
unfortunately, we do have a death.
Nax got knocked up into the air, and then the axe thrown at him. That's what that coordinated assault is.
Unfortunate. He was trying to pull some extra trash as well to pull that down. They do have the battle res, but that is a lot of time left on the board. Remember, deaths still are 15 seconds that they have to deal with because we're over that high key margin. Last time we did key pushing, last time we did MDI speedrunning, we were doing like 9s and 10s. We were starting it off with 15s to 17s. So this is already pretty up there for a speedrunning competition.
Yeah, the 15-second death penalty, it's one of those things that since we haven't done speedrunning in such a long time, we haven't really thought about all too much. 15 seconds in a 12, 13, maybe even like 15 or 16 minute dungeon is a pretty big deal. We see a lot of maps that are decided by like 1 or 2 deaths a lot of the time. And so that is very unfortunate for CARLA goes BRRRR. That deaths in the MDI, obviously they're the 15 seconds lost, but then there's also a question of how much damage did you lose? If you ended up dying on like your DT, if you ended up pressing your army and dying on that, as the DK, you actually ended up losing a lot more damage, or it could just be a 15-second time loss. It really just kind of depends on the state of that death. And so you're going to see CARLA goes BRRRR 5% down, and they're going to be, maybe a minute behind on their first boss split, Zyro? While mandatory on the left-hand side of your screen, they're already gearing up to do a massive pull with the Gnarldens, with that mini-boss, Rockzal, and seeing a lot of the trash with these Tormented Shades getting gathered here.
I mean, just instantly gathered together, and everyone is just blasting AoE here as possible. Like, everyone in the group also has a really good way of getting out of that pull into the middle that would root you. I mean, pretty much all of the DPS can get out of it instantly, so you're not too worried about that at all. And the trash pull's already dead here. They've been in combat with this pull after it's been gathered together for maybe 30 seconds tops, and they're already ready to just move on to the next pull. This is actually an insanely strong comp. I'm kind of surprised at how strong Affliction is looking. I knew it would be good on AoE, but I was kind of curious how good it would be on bosses. But I guess in the MDI, you're always pulling trash on top of bosses, so Affliction should never really suffer as much as it has in previous seasons.
This augmentation of Evoker Spec needs trash on top of bosses. Like, it needs 2 target cleave. Oh my god, wait, was Gingy summoning the spirits? There's like I don't know how to describe them. There's like altars that are in this area that you can end up like clicking 4 of and then summoning like a guile that does damage for you. I've never actually seen somebody go out of their way to get them for high keys. I couldn't tell if that's what Gingy was doing whenever he was running off to the side on his mount there.
And maybe we can get a replay of it. Hopefully Dranos is back there looking at it. Unfortunately, we have a tank death on the side of CARLA goes BRRRR, which instantly resolves in your Devourer dying as well. And that's just going to collapse into a full team wipe here, unfortunately, because they don't have that battle res. They used it earlier on the first boss. There's no way to get that tank back up quickly. and that's just going to set them even further behind. Full team wipe is another minute 15 behind Mandatory, who don't look like they're having any issues on their side here. What's Gingy up to? What's he going back for? Is it another altar?
No, I think he's going to click the last altar, then he's going to Wernstone to his teammate. That's my prediction here.
Okay.
Is that he's going to end up summoning this ghost. I think this thing does, it like puts a debuff on one singular target, doing a lot of single target damage is my understanding of what this mob does. But admittedly, never used it. Okay, look at Gingy. He's got that ghost with him. And then he ends up Wernstoning, gatewaying through the terrain. And look at this. Mandatory are gearing up to pull the boss, Zyro. This is a boss speed play there with that Wernstone, with that gateway, while Merez was gathering the entire pack. And Vordaza has been engaged by Mandatory.
Yeah. Oh, he also wasn't done, by the way. Mirrors also ran off to the side to grab even more trash to pull on top of the boss so they can get even more efficient AoE,
so
which
cool.
also results in funnel for all of the DPS specs like we've already mentioned here. And you would think this is such a dangerous pull. Yeah, this isn't the highest key level. People are pushing 21s and 22s on live, but still, this should be dangerous. You know, you let anything extra go off here with these AoEs, it could easily result in death, but for Mandatory, there's no issues whatsoever.
There's kind of a question of how many phases you're going to get on Vordaza. So after two of these ad phases where you end up having to collide the ads, the boss jumps into the middle of the room and shields itself. If you're able to skip one, or one team gets one shield and the other team gets two shields, it's actually a really big time differential, probably somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 seconds of that boss being shielded. So if you're able to actually skip one of those phases, it can be a very big deal. And you're seeing Mandatory here with Vordaza down to 31%. I think that the boss after this unmake is going to be going into that first shielded intermission here in a couple of seconds. But dude, they are just going so quickly.
I mean, they're just absolutely shredding the boss, right? 25% on the very first shield. That's without Bloodlust, by the way. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a second shield anywhere in sight for Mandatory here. Now, we do have a little bit of a weird moment where there's no trash on top of the boss, so your DPS players are going to be complaining here a little bit, but I guess you can get away with just doing single target damage for a little bit here, especially when you look at the other side and CARLA's having as many issues as they are. Mandatory is really under no pressure here. Only now, actually, crossing the 10-minute mark. We're about to
Gingy's hot swapping this Wernstone to Merez, but so it could be for a couple reasons. There could be some tech that we're about to see, or it could be for the final boss, intermission phase where, oh, look at this. Merez is pulling the trash to the side. He in-cap roars it. He's going to Wernstone to Gingy, and then he's going to slam down the Shadow Meld to be able to drop combat with that trash pack. They do get hit with the Donkey Kong Country barrel, knocking them back. It was actually pretty scary. They almost got knocked into the Bound Defender, but that was a sick skip.
Yeah, and we're already on top of the boss here. Now, where's the last percentage of trash count?
It's the drummer.
It's the drummer, but they haven't actually pulled the drummer or decided to kill it.
They're in combat with it. So what happens, I guess, is an interesting question.
I guess I've never seen what happens if you just decide to not hit the drummer at all. Does it just passively do AoE? Can you outrange it?
Well, it looks like they're not taking damage from it, because otherwise they would be taking a lot of damage, I think, here.
Huh. Well, we'll find out shortly. For the time being, though, we're on Rakthul here, just dealing with these totems. Of course, I don't think they're going to be able to kill this boss before the intermission. We would have seen the Bloodlust popped if that was the case. But you would almost certainly think that in the first damage buff window with Bloodlust, they'll be able to kill this boss very quickly.
I think the boss does die within the first damage window. So I think what's going on with the drummer is the range on the drumming, I think it's like 100 yards or something like that, which is speculatively why Mandatory's tanking it at like the top of this platform, because they're barely out of range of the drummer AoE. Or maybe it just doesn't hit through the wall. It could just not hit through the wall. That's also a possibility, but yeah, it looks like people are actually taking damage from the drummer now.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I wonder if you just dot it on the way back and it passively will die to your dots and cooldowns with Bloodlust and the damage buff. If so, that's an insane efficiency play and something that we're not used to seeing shown off from our top teams right away at the start of competition. Usually they'll try to sort of save secret strats for later, but maybe they feel like this isn't that insane. Either way, through the CC gauntlet as quickly as possible here. Already back up to the boss. The damage buff stacked. Kush is already there. Yeah, don't worry about it. He's good. Yeah, they're just going to cleave down that drummer right now. There it is.
Okay, so Kush was hitting the drummer a little bit, and Merez ended up standing on the opposite side of the wall, finishing off that drummer, while the rest of Mandatory ended up killing off Raktool. An incredibly quick 12-minute and 24-second run by Mandatory. Wow.
will be claiming victory. They came in fast and they showed that this new mandatory, it has old players and they are absolutely in the know on how to make these dungeons as fast as possible. Incredible to see, and we even got to see a little bit of some of the interesting tech they're using, that Og Evoker. But, what did you think about this, Tettles, as you were going through it, seeing how mandatory was playing?
Yeah, it was a combination of really clean, consistent play and a little bit of cool tech. I've never seen a team actually grab that mini-boss style thing from the altars on live. I think taking it into the boss is kind of a unique adaptation because it does end up putting like a debuff on the mobs. And obviously, I think that the drummer skip, I think that those are really cool, non-intuitive route adaptations. Mandatory looked phenomenal. This is kind of what we expected out of it.
Yeah, it was so clean, so fast. But, I mean, again, when you have the legacy these players do in all kinds of content, all kinds of competition throughout the game, it's amazing to see them really showcase those skills. I mean, Zyro, taking a look at the charts and thinking about it yourself, what do you think from this first map of the day?
I feel like the charts don't really do justice to how clean mandatory looked in that key. I feel like if there was any questions about whether or not this new roster was going to be anywhere near as good as like previous iterations that had these players on them, I feel like they kind of put those to rest with that run right there. That was very impressive.
I mean, we knew they were going to be a powerhouse, right? I mean, mandatory always is, although we saw even in the last season with the old team configuration that they can still have those moments of weakness. But I feel like coming in with these new players, coming in with this fresh new look, mandatory is looking so strong. But we actually have Dratnos, who was watching from the analyst perspective, who's going to go ahead and give us more insights on this first map.
Yeah, I mean, this was incredible. I just want to point out, this was 30 seconds faster than their time trial time this dungeon, which is absolutely remarkable. Now, a lot of stuff that went down in this run is pretty hard to just see while watching, but a lot of the nuance of this is that Og Evoker and then the Affliction Warlock combo just lets you traverse through such a huge portion of the map with the combination of Wordstone and Gateway that you could just get anywhere you want. But I do want to call out as well that CARLA Goes BRRRRR did really well through this run as well. They were on a pretty similar pace through the first little bit of the dungeon. They did end up having several deaths after this point, which of course, not great. And they were somewhat slower than mandatory, but it didn't look like a 24th seed team that has no hope of competing. They did really well throughout much of this dungeon, and they were playing that Vengeance Demon Hunter as well, which means for the remainder of this series, they would have access to something like that Guardian if they wanted it. Although maybe the Vengeance DH also has quite a bit of strong control effects, so maybe that's something that they'll continue using as well. But yeah, here's this gateway to the very end of the dungeon as Mira's Wernstoning over. Again, you can see just the combination of that Wernstone and gateway in so many spots in this dungeon, letting them get from point A to point B so quickly. Mira is also playing that Night Elf, so we can just Shadow Meld off aggro as needed too. So that's a really potent combination, right? You can, in the span of 2 seconds, you can get like 400 yards from those enemies and Shadow Melt them and just be a completely different place in the dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, you can see how these specs in the speedrunning format can play such a huge role in the strategies. And I mean, Zyro, you were even talking about it, right? Some of these picks and how they might have influenced it. But what did you think about the specs we saw initially here?
I think the only thing for mandatory that threw me off a little bit was the Affliction pick, but it looked very strong. I mean, it pretty much has buttons for every single pull in the game. Dark Harvest is like a 30-second cooldown whenever you're spamming your spenders very quickly. Like we were talking about, like Dratnos was saying, the Vengeance was a little off meta in terms of like keep pushing, but it offers a lot of
No, it's actually
CC, so
it's got meta.
Sense. Oh, it's got? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, yeah, and it also has tattoos too. I forgot about that. Okay.
That's right.
But I mean, it makes sense for this format, especially if you're comfortable playing it and you're saving your tank pick for a later key. We'll see if they stick with it for this next map or move on or move on to something else. The Guardian Druid looked so strong though. Like I knew they buffed the AoE of that class, but I didn't know it was doing like 3/4 of meta DPS damage. That first section of the dungeon where Mio's was holding steady at like 400k DPS was like ridiculous. That's insane.
The first
That was
pull
amazing.
of the dungeon, he was at like 800k and his 2 DPS were like 900k. It was, yeah, that Bear Druid spec is really good, I think.
It's like watching a bear just tear through every enemy and just leave little pieces behind.
I'm worried at the numbers we're going to see the first time we get to like an Algathar Academy. I want to see what the numbers on that poll are going to look like at the top end, because you're going to see multiple millions of DPS, I think. It's going to be crazy.
I mean, certainly impressive. And again, even just seeing how these things can affect so strongly the ability that you have to speed run through these maps. But of course, our teams have to play around this and figure out when they're going to use big, strong specs like that to the most effect. And we know that next up, we have Pit of Saran. So with this particular one, there's a lot of pressure on CARLA. They've got to be able to hang in there if they want to avoid being sent down to the lower bracket. So Dratnus, on this particular map, what do you think they need to look out for?
Yeah, I think we're going to see that. So, for instance, that Warlock, I think, worked out really well for Mandatory in Mysara Caverns. They actually were playing a Warlock during time trials in this dungeon as well, although last month when the time trials were going on, they were playing demo in there. In Pit of Saran, I think that's going to be one of the specs that they'll probably choose to get banned by that spec variety rule, because that is the big thing that's coming up now, is each of these two teams have to pick 3 of the specs that they just used, and they can't use them for the rest of the series. So the question of what those are going to be, in fact, is answered just below. So Mandatory are indeed losing that Warlock. They're also going to lose that tank healer combo. So the Resto Shaman, not surprised by the Resto Shaman going away, because that slots into a Mistweaver really nicely. But the Bear Druid, I think, Tettles, you were predicting that the Bear Druid would not be one of the specs that a team would choose to restrict after just one run, and Mandatory are going against that.
It's the second best team.
I think you play Bruin here. You could play, I don't know, I mean, so Pit of Saran has there's some opportunity for Blood DK to do some nice things in this dungeon, but you are typically considering an Unholy DK here as well, so that gives you a lot of those, those grips. A lot of these pulls have a caster that's just 40 yards away, spamming some Shadow Bolts at you, and grips for those are really nice.
There's a lot of really weird gateway skips in this dungeon too, particularly around like the middle of the dungeon where, the Lich King has his gaze on you. There are a lot of gate skips that you can do over there.
So maybe we still see a Warlock, just not a half. Maybe it goes demo for this dungeon?
That's kind of what I'm wondering is, like, are we going to see a Demonology Warlock? Warrenstone, I think that the protecting the Augmentation Evoker makes sense. Warrenstone is really good. Augmentation Evoker damage is actually completely broken, especially if you're able to keep good duplicate uptime and you're able to cooldown reduction in your Breath of Beyond effectively.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? They, again, have to figure out how they're going to spread these out. I mean, Zyra, seeing what's been banned out, were any of these a surprise to you, or do you think the teams might be angling to hold on to anything specific looking ahead?
Yeah, the Guardian is the biggest question mark for me. Like that, I 100% am on board with what Titles is saying. Was Guardian is like probably the strongest pick of the entire competition, with just how much more damage that spec does than any other tank. But I guess Mandatory doesn't feel like they need it for Pit of Saran. And yeah, like Dranos was saying, like when I think of Mirez as a raid tank throughout the years, I think the 2 specs that I think stand out in memory for him are Brewmaster and Blood Decay. Like that's what he's played the most of throughout the years in the Race to World First. So I'd be surprised if we don't see one of those 2. We did see the Vengeance Demon Hunter, one of the bans for CARLA as well. So maybe that was just something they played for that dungeon in particular. They really liked it in that key, and now they'll probably swap over to, I would guess, a Guardian.
What does Brew Threat look like in a Pit of Saran, like, speedrun?
Oh,
yeah.
Can't be that great.
I think you'll be okay.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Nobody can hit the mobs at all.
When you're playing with an Aug Evoker as well, you have a bit of a problem where the Aug Evoker is buffing your other DPS, but not your damage as the tank. So that can make Threat even more challenging. So yeah, I'd be a little worried about it.
Well, we'll have to see if those concerns will pan out. This is going to be our second map of the series. This is Mandatory versus CARLA Goes Burr, and this is the Pit of Saran. So as we have been talking about it with these specs, with the bans, the teams have to keep this in mind, but everything is on the line for CARLA. If they want to avoid being sent down to the lower bracket, they need to take this map, but Mandatory is a force to be reckoned with. They are slamming that hammer down, and already their bear is tearing through the competition. I will go ahead and send this on over to Zyro, and Dratnos will be heading to the analyst desk once more.
Tettles, one of the things I like about this season for the MDI so much is so many of these dungeons seems like they have a lot of player advocacy for, like, you can choose what mobs to pull for your count in the dungeon. A lot of the dungeons have way more count overall, so you can actually go for like big pulls in certain areas and just skip entire swaths of the dungeon in other places. Pit of Saran, I think, is a great example of that, because you're just, the second you get into the dungeon, there's a ton of trash all around you. You don't need to pull all of it, though. But in the MDI, you might just want to go for an insane first pull. Let's see what these teams have
Monk.
in the back pocket here. Mandatory already down the ramp with tons of trash in tow. CARLA also going for a massive pull of their own. It is the Brewmaster for Mandatory, though.
I think intuitively I like the comp from CARLA a little bit more than the comp from Mandatory, but we're going to have to see what Mandatory is going to be doing with this. I think that the DK for both of these teams, though, is quite good because, like Dratnos mentioned, being able to just grip and gather trash mobs on top of the trash pack effectively is a really, really big deal in here. And I mean, look at Mandatory here. Ryson's just sitting there, spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick. He's healing the entire pack. He's only pressed one global.
Yeah, and I mean, they were doing so much damage and pulled so many mobs that it was actually lagging the Observer there, so hopefully that's not a trend going forward with some of these bigger pulls. But either way, I mean, that's 25% of the trash count done in the beginning of the dungeon. Now, they do have to go back and save the different NPCs so that you can actually get to the final boss here. So there's a little bit of downtime while they deal with that, but they've got Wernstone for that if they choose to use it. Does Ryson actually have that available here? No,
yeah,
maybe not. Maybe it's on somebody else.
I mean, he's out of 100-yard range. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
now
okay,
he's able to even press it.
Over on the other side for CARLA Goes BRRRRR, though, we do see that Demonology Warlock, and you could see why it's something that we kind of have been touting as a pretty good pick for most of these dungeons. Warlock does a ton of damage. I mean, he was doing over 1 million damage DPS on their pull, which was a decent amount smaller than what we saw from Mandatory.
Yeah.
But he was keeping up in damage with what we saw from Cush and Maystine over on the side of Mandatory.
Kind of interesting because Warlock 1 minute Demonology Warlock has 1 minute CDs, and they're really, really strong on their offensive cooldowns. I think that a lot of these routes, though, for both Mandatory and CARLA Goes BRRRRR are going to be playing around the Unholy DK 2 minutes, because I think that I don't know if the Unholy DK 2 minutes are exactly more impactful than, say, the Warlock cooldowns, but the Warlock cooldowns are going to be up for basically every single pull. So then you just have to think about where are we going to be having this army, where we're going to be able to have this DT and army lining up together to be able to sync those to do as much damage as possible. So you have to really be thinking about it. And CARLA Goes BRRRRR, I feel like they're looking pretty competitive here. You know, we saw the Mandatory route in that Mysara's Caverns, even up to the first boss. It seemed like Mandatory had a pretty sizable lead, but CARLA, look at this. I think that they're going to be going for a Warlock 8 skip here, Zyro, on the right side of the screen.
See if they're going for it here. Maybe they're waiting for a patrol as well.
Maybe not.
Okay. Maybe they just didn't want to wait for the patrol timing here. But they are pulling this Proto Drake, which we actually saw Mandatory just run right by on their side as well. So they're not going to have to deal with any of those Frost Breaths as well. We'll have to see if this is something that causes any issues for CARLA Goes BRRRRR on the right side. Mandatory, though, looks like they're really going to only have to deal with this pull plus a little bit of extra trash that they're probably just going to pull on top of the first boss here. Whereas CARLA still has an extra pull that they're going to have to do after this.
I would be shocked if both teams can just go straight into the boss with the next set of trash. I mean, it would be kind of sketchy, but
yeah, but CARLA's going to be there significantly slower, right, with this extra trash.
Yeah, there's also kind of natural breaks in this dungeon because you have to be able to clear off those citizens. You can see, like, on the left-hand side of the screen, that citizen that's highlighted in yellow. You have to be able to click, I think, 6 of them? 5 of them?
6, yeah.
Something like that, yeah. To be able to even be able to activate the final boss. And so making sure that you get all of those, all it requires is, like, the trash pack that is attached to them to be killed off before you can go click it. But again, like I said, there's, like, natural breaks in combat because of that.
Did they actually send someone back there to get that one? I didn't see if they actually had somebody...
Kush one did it.
Did Kush get it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you used Shadow Meld to get onto combat to click it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I foresee a future in one of these weekend titles where one of the teams just forgets to free one of the citizens, and they're staring at a frost wall, unable to progress, and they end up losing. Yeah, just like me and my Piddusaron bugs. Either way, here's that next pull that we're talking about. Both teams going for it. All of the trash in front of Forge Master Garfrost here.
What's that?
Trash right on top of the boss.
What's that Serenite doing up against the wall? Like,
I don't know. They're definitely gonna have to tank smash that one because there's no way they're gonna be able to get behind it for the fixate. But yeah, as long as they're able to tank smash it, that's fine. And Miros was able to get on that one here, and they're gonna have plenty of room to line of sight behind this Serenite.
so there's world markers. I mean, look at the left side of the screen. There's world markers down, so that's going to indicate where they're going to be dropping one of the Serenite rocks. But, like, I wonder what the strategy is behind putting it up against the wall. Like,
yeah, that is peculiar. I don't feel like there's any real advantage to it, but I don't really want to question these guys because they've won so many times that it's kind of hard to say anything that they're doing is wrong.
Might have something to do with like gathering the trash pack next to the entrance. Is my theory, because you're gonna end up having these cold wraiths coming in eventually, and you need to be able to get them gathered as quickly as possible, and you'll have to move them a lot less if you're tanking them next to the wall. But it does seem like basically how you do this in a high key is you would just be dropping them perpendicular to the forge the entire time. That way the boss doesn't really even have to move.
Fortunately, on just the 17 key level, this boss should die in probably 1 or 2 more of those big AoE casts, so they should be good to go on that front. I mean, they've got plenty of room left to deal with as well, so it's not that big of an issue for them. The trash is gone, though, so we are going to be single targeting here for about 30% more for mandatory. CARLA's BRRRRRR is doing a great job of keeping it close, though, in this key. A lot closer than we did in the Myzara Caverns. They're only 15% behind on boss damage here.
Yeah.
The trash count is, all intents and purposes, equal. That's only 1 or 2 extra mobs that they have to pull on top of the next boss. And they're right there with mandatory. So they're doing a good job of keeping it close, Tettles, which is really all you can do against the top seeds here. If mandatory has 1 or 2 really untimely deaths here, CARLA goes BRRRR is going to be right there to pick up the pieces.
I'm feeling okay about the Bear Druid, too. I mean, dude, look at the damage from this Guardian Druid. I mean, he's going to be able to... He's a little bit worse on single target, I want to say, than Brewmaster Monk, than Guardian Druid was on the previous patch. But I think it is still just the top DPS tank for both single target and AoE. Obviously, way bigger difference on AoE. But mandatory, they're able to get Garfrost down a little bit ahead of CARLA goes BRRRR. It looks like it's going to be somewhere in the order of about 15 seconds ahead. And so, like you mentioned, one mistake, one death could actually be the tipping point here for mandatory if CARLA goes BRRRR is able to continue to keep it close and keep it clean.
So what are the things that we're looking out for that could potentially be those wipe causes in this poll here, Tettles? I mean, obviously the cadaver going off is usually an issue, but they're paralyzing the cadaver. That's not something that they're even considering dealing with in a massive poll like this.
Tank death, I think, is always possible with the Grave Blades, just in general. On a 17 Keystone level, the amount of just raw tank damage is quite high. There's also the Cold Wraiths in this poll that require dispels. There's the Lich AoE that's pulsing whenever the Lich is sub 50%, which is what you saw that AMZ and that Zephyr coming out for, to be able to mitigate of just a bunch of the AoE damage. But I do think like a tank death is probably the most likely cause of a deplete. And mandatory, they are able to get that very dangerous pull dispatched quite quickly. And I think they have a little bit more trash to grab. Yep, these Leaping Geists are going to be pulled into the boss. And it looks like it's just these duels plus the boss by itself. So a fairly, I would say, like even high key standard pull.
I mean, this for MDI standards, this is like pretty chill.
This is easy, yeah.
That being, this is pretty easy as far as MDI pulls go. I mean, there's always this situation you accidentally let a death bolt go through and somebody gets one shot, but I don't think we're going to see that happen to mandatory or any of the teams in the MDI for that matter. Just going to be cleaving down these totems and actually, are they actually trying to save these ghouls for the once the totems are dead, just to try to get a little bit of extra boss damage? That could be an interesting optimization if they go for it.
The ghouls are good boss damage for both the Augmentation Evoker and for the Demon Hunter. Oh, they actually even have a big mob, the Lumbering Plague Guard, I think his name is, in on this pack. So mandatory were able to get additional mobs in here. It's actually pretty dangerous to grab those mobs, because if you end up pulling the Bat, the Plunge Talon Gargoyle, if you end up pulling that guy, it's a huge time loss. So you're seeing mandatory really trying to pull as few of those as possible, which makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, all the trash is pretty much dead here. It's just Ick and Crick that they have to deal with. Boss is at 50%. Going to be a little bit below that after the first Lumbering Fixation, so they'll have to deal with a second set of totems. I don't think they're going to be able to commit to full-on boss damage with the boss being as high as it is here.
Yeah.
So we'll probably have to kill a second set of totems.
Mandatory is quite a bit higher than CARLA goes BRRRR in terms of the count department. So I wouldn't be shocked if mandatory is going to be skipping the double Grave Blade at the top of the hill. CARLA might end up needing to play it for count.
Well, they aren't swapping to the totems here. Hold on.
So, if you don't swap to the totems in the, I think it's Shade Shift is the ability. If that goes off while the totems are still up, I think you just lose. Or maybe it's the Fixate.
Yeah. There's definitely like an AoE cast that they do whenever it goes into the Fixate. And that will just kill you, right? You just lose the fight.
Yeah, you just lose.
So maybe they just are super comfortable with the timer from all the practice they put in, and they know that they can kill this boss off before it, but it's getting pretty close to that timer here. think they're barely going to be okay here, but this is definitely a lot. Yeah, that Shade Bomb cast that we saw just start on the totems there. If that goes off, that would have killed them. But they kill the boss about maybe 3 or 4 seconds before those casts go off. That's a lot closer than I would have liked, for sure.
Okay, so Gingy is in a really weird position. I think it's a group meld. I think that's what's about to happen. Look at this. All the shadow melds are coming out, and Gingy, since he can't shadow meld off a bunch of the trash, he is waiting off to the side, and then he Wernstones through. Really, really smart play by Mandatory. So that's all the trash that they were skipping. It wasn't just the double Grave Blade, but it was also the pack at the top of the hill. And Mandatory, now they have the mini boss, Garfrost, that they have to kill off. And once Garfrost dies, then that allows them to pull into the boss room. But or Glaciath, Garfrost is the Glaciath. Once it dies, that will then activate the gate and allow you to pull the final boss, the Scourge Lord.
Now, Gingy also, the second he Werndstoned up, gave it to a new person. Do you think there's any further tech that's available here in the dungeon, or is that just like an optimization for the last boss?
I mean, I don't know, dude. Wordenstone is like kind of the hack for this kind of format, isn't it?
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Was Og really like in the meta when we did speedrunning competitions before? I don't think it really was.
No, because it was bad damage. Then Og is like probably one of the best DPS right now. I don't think you could like afford to play it, because the last time we saw it in the meta was still doing the thing where it was buffing tanks and healers, but it's been since changed. Oh,
that's true. Yeah. Okay, so it is a lot better like throughput wise now, whereas before it was more like a utility / group safety thing for
yeah, exactly. Now you're watching him do infinite damage and Wardenstoning across the world, which certainly very interesting.
I mean, listen, Augmentation Evoker and Evokers in general, they do have a debuff, right? In that they have to press this button called Breath of Eons, which kind of makes most Evokers tend to die a lot. I don't know if you've seen that happen a lot in your keys or your raid, but happens a lot in mine. So, yeah, it has a little debuff. But look at this, yeah, Mandatory doesn't have count here. Where is this extra 5% going to come from?
Well,
that Wernstone.
Maris is in combat with something. Look at him.
Is he in combat with something?
Oh, he just poured into the group. Okay.
Oh, man.
So he just Wernstone to the group. I wonder if he got that pack on the hill, and the mobs are going to be like running up through that glacial pathway, and then eventually going to. Oh yes, you see some of the leaping guys jumping up. It's going to be the Grave Blade, I believe, as well. Or maybe it's just running up the side of the mountain, because it doesn't look like they're coming through the walkway. It literally looks like they're running up the mountain.
Dude, are you trying to get to Pit of Saran in your Zero to Hero gameplay? They're just running up the mountain.
Okay, dude, that was a journey.
Okay, but that's insane. I mean, new tech just trying to get as much efficient cleave as possible with that count. I mean, that's been the name of the game in previous speedrunning MDIs, right? You're just trying to make sure you're as efficient as possible when you killing trash on top of boss as much as possible. Second Bloodlust being used for that as well. Boss already sub 50% here before we even get to the first intermission. And Mandatory look like they're cruising to an easy 2-0 here. I mean, CARLA goes Bird. They put up a good fight in this dungeon, but I mean, when your number one seed is on their A game, there's really not a lot you can do if you're anyone in the MDI.
They're a little bit low on damage here. It looks like Kush is not actually in his Void meta. Gingy did end up getting 2 of his duplicates out here, so he has a little bit of damage. But Mandatory, just no DPS for this Plague Spore ad. But it doesn't look like they're even focusing. It looks like they're just like passively cleaving it down while hitting Tyrannus.
Yeah, I mean, this is just looking as clean as could be. I mean, it's going to be a full 0 death series for them here, man.
This is a 17. They are going for the Keystone Myth achievement, but they're going to be 3 chesting every single dungeon along the way. An absolutely insane run for Mandatory. There was questions as to how this team is going to gel with one another, since it's a new configuration of long-standing excellent players, but it looks like they're gelling exactly as expected. A 14-minute and 19 seconds Pit of Saron run. Wow, they are quick.
And there it is, Mandatory. They are just absolutely coming in and blasting their way through. This, as we talked about, will take them to 2-0, securing them a path forward in the upper bracket and sending CARLA Goes Burr down to the lower bracket. I mean, impressive play, smooth strategies, and we're seeing them just make such good use of all of the specs that they're bringing to the table, especially with some of those abilities like Wernstone and other kind of little tech to get around different things. But this was an amazing one. I mean, Zyro, when we were watching them go through this, what did you think for both of the teams in their second dungeon?
I mean, more of the same from Mandatory. That was very impressive. But I think the showing there from CARLA Goes BRRRRR kind of shows the level of competition. I was interested to see specifically how they'd play because being the lowest seeded team of the competition, you can kind of gauge where the rest of the teams should be based off of time trials results. And I mean, if CARLA Goes BRRRR looks this good as the 24 seed, I think we're going to be in some great matchups over the course of this competition because they looked really, really solid in that Pit of Sarang.
Oh yeah, they definitely, you could see they were like cleaning it up. They had some of those deaths in the first map, but then to see how close they were able to keep with Mandatory's pace was really impressive. And I mean, of course, Tettles, this was a big one and Mandatory played very well. You were pointing out some of the amazing skips that they did, but I have to ask too, with Miras's first time tanking, how do you think it went for him? At least tanking in the MDI, I should say.
That guy's the GOAT. That guy, it was never even a question. I think that it's kind of interesting because now I feel like we have a good meta read as well about like what's actually super strong and going to be useful in this MDI speedrunning format. Augmentation Invoker and Warrenstone seems like it's really good. Guardian Druid seems like it's really good. And I think that the Devoured Demon Hunter, those are probably the top couple of things that you're going to be considering whenever you're looking at what to protect and like when are these things getting banned, because they change the texture of your dungeons dramatically, whether or not you have that Warrenstone or not.
Yeah, I mean, when you're speedrunning, those strats and those specs definitely are a huge part of how you figure out your path forward. But we have somebody who is figuring out the path forward for us behind the scenes. Dratnos, with your analyst's eye, what did you see with some of the replays?
Yeah, so a lot of strategies in this involved taking things onto bosses at opportune times. Look at this double in cap on these two casters. You can just take all the other guys into the boss here, and you actually do more damage with the way that AoE caps work if you don't get too many mobs in here. So they're going to be doing more boss damage as a result of keeping those two out, bringing them in later, and then they'll get the extra targets later, which is also a DPS increase. So you're sort of getting value on both sides here. Now look at the timer on this as well as they get the end here of this boss. Look at that Shade Bomb cast that both of those Shades of Crick were doing right at the very end there. They were a couple of seconds from disaster there. So really well planned out DPS to know that they could just skip that and kill the boss and not have to kill off those shades. And then Gingy here setting up this Wernstone to teleport past this pack here. This is not actually like a crazy Wernstone that enables something new. It's just that he can't play Shadow Meld, so the rest of the group has Meld there to run by, but Wernstone lets Gingy get by without doing it. Contrast that with how CARLA gets past this. They're having their tank run by and meld off the aggro, but look at the entire rest of the group here having to wait while they do this. If you're wondering, like, how is it that CARLA lose a minute or two against Mandatory? Because like Zyra was saying, they looked really strong. They didn't have any big wipes. They're executing these similar skips, but they're doing it in these ways that costs an extra 10 seconds here or there, right? Not doing the just one person Wernstoning and everybody else melding. And then here you can see how at the boss fight, we get these extra mobs pulled up that we skipped earlier, is with the Wernstone. So we didn't actually have a great perspective on how Mandatory did it, but it was much the same thing of having the tank grab these extra mobs and then Wernstone back up. And then those mobs run up the hill to join the party as well. And join the boss, yeah. Yeah, the mobs, turns out they have the ability to climb a much steeper incline than player characters do. So they eventually join in the fight. And that's how you get that last little bit of count.
I feel like we need some sort of music video edit that has running up that hill like playing in the background as they just chase their way up. But honestly, such a cool way to make sure they could get that last trash that they needed, and lots of clean play. And now, of course, we have to touch on it as well. CARLA, which was a fantastic team to see here, and they're not out of it yet. CARLA Goes BRRRRR going down to that lower bracket. And CARLA's actually one of our Spanish-speaking teams. And they said going into the competition that they wanted to prove to themselves and to the rest that no matter who you are, if you put in the effort and work together, you can achieve cool stuff. And honestly, I think that going up against Mandatory and doing as well as they did was some pretty cool stuff. So, I mean, Zyra, we'll look at the bracket now, but especially given that our 24th seed is this fast, how fierce do you think this season is going to be?
I'm looking forward to a great competition over the next several weekends, especially considering our next matchup should be the most even matchup that we've seen, like we talked about in the top of the show. Cook has gone and I do at the 12 and 13 seeds respectively. These should be as close as possible if they play on the level of their seed, so I'm really looking forward to this next matchup.
Oh, I totally agree. Tettles, I mean, we have talked about the fact that these two are going to be so close and that they have a lot to bring to the table. I do it even getting a little bit of a preview, as we did from Shindig with that video he posted. But what do you think that these two are going to kind of have in store for us once we return from our break?
I think Pocket Pick unique strategies, especially since that there's like a lack of information about like what is going to be like the meta route and the meta composition, especially with this weekend. And so coming in with like a game plan that you're really happy with, but if you somehow have picked out the exact meta composition and meta strategies for some of these dungeons, that really allows you to play spoiler, and it puts other teams in a really weird situation where they're going to be in a difficult position to be able to recover. And so I think that, you know, Cook is gone and I do it, it should be the most even. At the same time, I think that there's also a chance for a pretty big blowout if one team has a substantially better meta read than, let's say, the other team.
Think Shivers breaks out the rogue at all?
He could. I would be a little bit surprised. I wouldn't be shocked though if Zero Cool busts out the rogue.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it could be a rogue showdown, but everybody's going to have to wait to see how it pans out exactly. We have to take a short break here, but after our first exciting series, we cannot wait for everything ahead. Be sure to stick around as we look ahead to our next series, Cook is Gone versus I Do It. We'll see you soon. And we're back. We're coming straight into Series 2, which will be Cook is Gone versus I Do It, chat. So make your predictions now, get those in, and we will talk about these two teams as we take a look at everything ahead. Now, as we were saying before the break, it is very, very close between these two, at least from what the time trials told us. But I Do It is actually representing NA in Group A. So having a mix of returning players and new, what do you think that I Do It is bringing it to the table this time around makes? Yeah, I went straight for you. Okay. You know, honestly, I think makes, you had to bide our time, EU representation, but our NA casters here know a lot about this. So Dratnos, what do you think about NA representing here in Group A?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this region. I think, you know, Makes really had nothing to say, nothing to add about about the North American team.
It's like, I'll unmute her really quick.
Okay. Hello? Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Am I back? Maybe. Who knows?
Are we still back? Oh, excellent. Makes, I'm so sorry. You know, you were silenced there in case you said anything against NA teams, but we'll let you say your piece now. Please, what do you think about I Do It?
Yeah, they in their questionnaire said the I Do It frog is the best team logo in the tournament, and they hope to play up to the standard that is set by their own icon. So I think that certainly tells you something about this team. I personally am a big fan of Frog as well, so I think they can do it.
I absolutely agree. I also believe that they can do it. And, you know, we've seen them steadily kind of work their way up since they entered in, but they're going to be going up against a very evenly matched team. And we talked a little bit about the possible rogue showdown between Zerocool and Shindig. So, Zyro, with these two being so close, what do you think is going to make the difference?
I mean, it's just going to be consistency, right? I feel like we got a good example of what like a perfect team looks like in that first matchup with Mandatory. I mean, all of those players have a ridiculous amount of experience in previous MDIs. Neither of these teams have that much experience, but they still do have experience, although most of their experience came from TGP rather than the speedrunning competition version of the competition. So we'll have to see if they're able to at least try to go for that style. I mean, that's going to be a really hard thing to replicate, though. I just want to see consistent pulls, right? 0 deaths is is the standard you want to hold yourself to, because like we were talking about in that first matchup, 15 seconds per death in the MDI format is extremely mean. Tettles and I were talking about this in that first matchup. Like, in the past, when we only had 5-second death timers, we had a lot of dungeon runs come down to just 1 death or 2 death differentials, whereas now, 1 death could make or break your entire run. So consistency is key. I want to see that from these teams here. It'd be really cool to see a Rogue v Rogue matchup, but I'm not really sure the spec is that good right now. I mean, Outlaw did get buffed. Dratnos, you've been a Rogue main, you know, several years ago. What do you think about the Rogue buffs?
Hey, I mean, the spec is a lot better than it was in time trials, but actually multiple specs of the class are a lot better than they were in time trials. And they were already getting some use in time trials, so it's definitely a possibility, especially with the spec variety rule. You know, it frees up that pressure to let you ban out, say, a rogue spec after 1 map and have full access to everything you want for the rest of the series. So I don't know, I'm pretty high on it. I think it's definitely a possibility we'll see some of it in particular in this series.
I mean, hopefully so. I think that when you have 2 players that so excel at it, you want to see them bust it out. But this speedrunning format is different, right? And especially with I Do It, we haven't necessarily seen them recently doing any of the speedrunning. So this is definitely going to be a change up for the 2 of them. But let's go ahead and get our predictions in and see what we think is going to happen. I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Makes first. Makes, what do you think the score is going to be?
Okay, I'm going to give it a 2-1 in favor of I Do It.
Okay, all right.
I think that's
Zyro?
it.
Same. That's what 2-1 I Do It. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, Dratnos?
I'll take 2-1 for Cook is Gone.
Oh, okay.
Whoa,
Maybe
going
towards
against NA?
Cook?
I gotta
What?
be a contrarian. I gotta start finding a way to get some points ahead of you.
The
That
betrayal.
is his
okay.
favorite thing to do, so.
Well, Dratnos, I don't know if I should root for you or against you in this prediction, but I think I'm going to lean with chat. I agree. I want I Do It to do it. I want them to live up to that little frog, and I want them to become, at least a champion in this matchup here. So we're going to see these two face off. I'm going to lean 2-1, but this will be our first series. Cook is Gone versus I Do It 2, Series 2, I should say, here in Windrunner Spire. Zyro, it's all you.
Ooh, looks like a false start. We might need to fill a little bit of time here. Looks like one team started and the other didn't.
We do get to see something though. We saw 2 rogues, one for both teams there. So already we have some information. But yeah, we're gonna have to reset this one. So maybe another 30 seconds or a minute before we can get this one started.
Did you see what specs we saw?
I will
Were
say,
they both outlaw?
I did not see the specs. No, they didn't pull anything, so we didn't get the damage meter.
If you're a main of a certain class that's a little bit niche, you would want to play it in the first map, because then you can definitely show it off, and then you can just use your spec ban in your favor and get that class out of there if you're not planning to play it in the very strong keys. But yeah, it's interesting that we saw both of the rogues right out of the gate.
Okay, I've investigated.
Ooh.
It looks like Zero Cool was playing Assassination. I believe I see a death mark icon on his cooldowns. Whereas Shindig, it looked like, was playing Outlaw, so that's pretty exciting. We are going to have gone through a huge chunk of the game specs just in our first hour of the MDI this time around, because those weren't the only new specs that we were debuting here. We also saw an Elemental Shaman, a Holy Paladin, a Protection Warrior, and yeah, a DPS DK, which I'm assuming was maybe Unholy, but Frost got buffed this week as well. I'm just saying it could happen. That's not impossible.
All right.
About Frost DK. You have anything to say, Resident DK? Is Frost good right now?
You can play Frost, but you wouldn't be very smart doing it right now, I would say. I think Unholy is still very much the center of that spec, but Cook seems to not be gone. Cook seems to be quite there based on what you're saying, Dratnos, with all of those classes coming out of the gate for Cook is Gone. Very, very surprised to see that Holy Paladin, I think, out of that entire team comp. That's the one that's speaking to me the most, because I was talking to the healers a little bit, as healers are. They were crying, of course, but they were very adamant about the fact that you would mostly be seeing Druid and Mistweaver, so nice little surprise from Cook is Gone.
Yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Holy Paladin in some keys. It can actually do a lot of damage, especially you can do a lot of single target if you're willing to just use your wings and all your holy power on Shield of the Righteous, all your holy shocks offensively. You can do some very, very big damage. So that can sometimes speed things up, especially if you're in a key where you don't think you're going to need just full throughput all the time. And then when you do need full throughput all the time, you've got a full mana bar. You can cast 3 or 4 holy lights with that thing, and then you've got some problems.
I was going to ask, is that spec good without an innervate? Can it function in a high key push, like a speed running environment?
It can. Again, briefly, it's
Oh, come on! Cook is Gone played that Holy Paladin in their
problem.
time trials as well. If anybody has experience on getting good timers with it, I'm sure it's this team.
Maybe they're going to prove us all wrong. Maybe this is their time. They're going to be like, this is our strat and we're banking on it. You never know.
See, I feel like Dratnos is one of the only people in the world that can actually talk about Holy Paladin, because if you guys don't know, he's the world first lure kill with the Holy Paladin, so he's intimately familiar with what it's like to play with that spec.
Yeah,
But,
I can't
no more
say
time
we
for
played
talking
3
about it.
innervates to make that happen. So seeing it in a dungeon run with Zero is going to be a new kind of challenge. But I do think the damage that it brings will be pretty compelling. And you've also got quite a bit of just damage reduction, right? You have both the Rogue, Atrophic Poison if you want, although you maybe run a different poison in M+, and then you've got the Devotion Aura from your Holy Paladin. So the passive damage reduction combines to be quite a bit, kind of a key level lower in just all the damage that the boss is going to do to you.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it plays out here. The first pull not going that great in terms of damage for the Holy Paladin here, doing about half the damage of the Mistweaver, but this is a pretty healing-intensive pull. There's a lot of passive AoE damage going out on this pull, so maybe we'll be saving that damage for a later pull. Notably, neither of the teams using the Bloodlust there. This is capped, right? You cannot go past the walls at the start of this key, so you have to do that first section of the dungeon before you move on here. But we're going to see both teams shrouding in unison to get past this steward and other random trash. How far are we going to go with this shroud here? Sap's being deployed to make sure they can skip past some other caster mobs, and we're going to be going straight into the spiders and going straight downstairs as well. Just how far do you think we can go here, Dratnos?
Yeah, I think you're going at least to the links here, and it looks like just about that is where it's going to stop. We're grabbing some of the other mobs in this room, getting a bunch of that count that we've otherwise skipped with the Shroud earlier. And yeah, cooldowns are getting deployed here. Is the Lust getting pressed, or are we holding it for the boss? It looks like both teams are electing to hold it for the boss here. Now, watching the health bars is going to be really important here for especially the tanks in these pulls. This can be pretty scary, and it looks like Cook is Gone are just ready to continue this, chain this forward, keep things going. When you're playing with the Assassination Rogue, that is sometimes a little bit of a challenge. They do really enjoy getting those re-stealths, but of course, it's not worth just waiting too long to try and make that happen. And yeah, they're getting ready to just go straight into the boss, it looks like. But wow, the damage on the entire group here is getting pretty scary. Wings is in 9 seconds, and once that comes out, that's going to really help stabilize things.
Now, I know this is one of the pulls in the dungeon that is extremely dangerous for the tanks here. All of these extra mobs that you're pulling do a ton of extra tank damage, and Shred Armor as well. You can see that debuff stacking up on Wazo here as well. Going to continue to stack as long as those lashings are alive here. The Bloodlust is being deployed here. And look at the damage meters as well. The Ellie Shaman in Ascendance bursting for north of 2 million DPS. Is he going to crest over the 3 million mark here? I don't believe so, as the Ascendance is about to fall off here. But the trash is getting absolutely obliterated here in this pull.
Yeah, this is a very, very scary moment for Cook is Gone. They've taken so much trash into the boss here, but they are getting so much extra damage out of this. That last Ferocious Pounce actually is going to go off from that Apex Lynx with its last point of health. Is going to do quite a bit of extra damage, and I Do It are now joining Cook is Gone on the boss fight as well. Both teams in that Lust with those cooldowns rolling. I Do It are going to have to accelerate here. They're going to need to deploy extra single target damage relative to Cook is Gone to try and catch up here, because Cook is Gone have really successfully combined effectively 2 pulls into 1 with the way they moved through this dungeon compared to I Do It. So they should be able to get a bit of a time advantage out of this boss if they are able to stay on pace here, but they've gotten through the scary part now.
Yeah, well, there's still a lot of boss damage that goes out here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably just, they're waiting for the burst healing from the Holy Paladin there. I mean, I'm not very familiar with their healing patterns as well. Maybe that's just how it works out for them. They wait for them to get low, then they burst them all back up to full. It looks like that's the case here as they get through another intermission here as well. I Do It has been able to pull a little bit of that boss health back here. They were 40% behind when they pulled the boss. They've clawed that back to about 20 to 25% with the Bloodlust pull, but Cook is Gone. That's a pretty significant advantage that they've gained just by going for that pretty much entire wing of the dungeon pull here, and they've made it work. That is an absolutely insane pull to pull off here. And I mean, already done with the first boss. 4 minutes in, Dratnos is looking good for them.
Yeah, they are going to be a little bit less count collected than I Do It, but not enough to make this time advantage not a great thing for Cook is Gone, as they are now going to be going back to the start of the dungeon and then heading down over the other side. We'll see how they decide to move through this section of the dungeon. Looks like no Shroud. In fact, Shroud not off cooldown even yet. So they're going to run through and... Oh, nope, there it is. Okay, Shroud is available and helping keep the rest of the group from getting too much aggro here, from getting in combat. They pulled a little bit of the trash there, but not all of it. The Steward, I think they did skip in that 5-pack. And once again, they are just running through here. We've got one of those big caster Banshees here, and it's now on the stairs, it looks like, pulsing that damage. They're just going to leave it there.
Can you range
go
it?
through the
Looks
other
like
one?
You can.
Yeah.
They're not taking any damage from it anymore now.
Look, it'll join us at some point, but we don't have to worry about it just yet. Meanwhile, I Do It are also just about to set that up as well. There's that Shroud for them too. They're skipping the entirety of this pull rather than grabbing a few mobs in it. But this is another scary part for Cook is Gone. Those cooldowns all rolling as they fight to get through this pack before it gets through them. Those poison blades on those cutthroats are going to represent a lot of tank damage and damage on the rest of the group. The leg sweep comes out. Was it in time to stop those applications? It looks like it was. And once again, they're busy just keeping those poison blades from going off. You can see all those cutthroats are just trying to cast those poison blades. 2 of them have now succeeded, and with those Shadow Step attacks, they are going to be putting those poison debuffs on the entire group, and they're also going to start stacking it up on the tank. Although one of the strengths of the Brewmaster, you do dodge a lot of attacks, and those poisons are applied on successful auto. You can still see, though, the entire health of the group here, dropping super low. And this time around, Cook is Gone do not have Lust to help them stabilize through this.
They don't have cooldowns either. They use them all in the initial gather of that pack as well. So there's literally nothing left here. Now that Devoted Woebringer is now finally back with the group and is going to be pulsing AoE damage on the group until that shield is dealt with and they're able to interrupt the pulsing shriek. I've actually never seen a pulsing shriek cast end. It looks like the shield just goes away when it's done casting it. So, okay, they don't actually have to break through that shield. Now, if it gets another one off, they're going to have to DPS through it, but it looks like they have stabilized here for the time being. But have gotten there, I think, a lot more efficiently. They're on the boss with all the trash dead as well. They've made up a ton of time here on this pull in particular, and now they're within 10% of the boss HP here, Dratnos. They've done this section of the dungeon, I think, a lot more clean than we saw from Cook is Gone.
Yeah, so there's sort of a reverse of what happened on the other side, where I Do It this time were the team that just ran into the boss, pulled slightly less trash, but were able to get into boss combat much more quickly. And yeah, because of that, we're basically at the exact same boss health between these two teams. I Do It still 5% behind, but very, very close. And almost all of the trash is dead now for both teams. We do still have that Woebringer and a Groundskeeper for Cook is Gone, but that's really just providing them some funnel. It's giving the Ellie Shaman an excuse to cast some Chain Lightnings instead of just being put in Lightning Bolt prison, which is what you'd otherwise be on the two targets. So things going nicely for Cook is Gone here. So they have really started accelerating as they made it to their next set of cooldowns. Death Mark from Zero Cool just doing so much boss damage here. That 2 target as well off of the Assassination Rogue is really impressive.
Yeah, the other thing to mention as well, like you said, is even though I Do It has kind of caught up on the boss damage a little bit, they're significantly far behind in trash, right? 13% down here. That's a huge deal. They're going to have to make that up at some point in the key, whereas Cook is Gone is going to be able to progress onto the 3rd and 4th bosses a lot more quickly here. What do we think about the Sin versus Outlaw variants here? Are we going to... I mean, it's kind of hard to tell right now, specifically, but what do we know about, like, the actual damage profiles? Because I believe the last time we saw Assassination was in War Within Season 1, where it was kind of valued for its single-target funnel. Do they still possess that in the form of Assassination Rogue? Is that going to be doing a lot more focused funnel damage on, say, the Phalanx Breakers on this pull, or the bosses when you pull trash on top of the bosses versus the Outlaw Rogue?
Yeah, it's still got some value from the extra targets. A lot of its damage does come from that single target. A lot of its contribution to the group is that single target. But you do have some like free cleave off of your single target that's really nice. The AoE as well is, I would say it's one of the most skill-intensive AoEs in terms of just like sequencing your globals correctly. So you can do a lot of damage in these big AoE pulls. A lot of it is going to be to a priority target, right? Look at how one of these Phalanx Breakers has died while the other is still at 20% health. That is largely the target that the Assassination Rogue was pumping that damage into. So, and that's even more amplified by their offensive cooldown, Death Mark. It's actually, you target something and you Death Mark it, right? It's a really intense single target damage cooldown.
Okay, interesting. So very similar to what we saw in the past. Cook is Gone, not at all comfortable with their 30-second or so lead that they've amassed for themselves, and are just pulling both of these mystics together. We're going to be getting to the boss as quickly as possible here, as once again, 2 minutes used, Ascendance and Death Mark used in unison here to deal with all of the trash before the 3rd boss here. Again, just mass AoE coming out. Whereas I Do It, I mean, they're spending more time on this very first pull after the 2nd boss here. They did have to gather a little bit of the trash in the room that you teleport to after that 2nd boss together. So that's going to be where they make up the remainder of the trash. But I mean, Cook is Gone is just loving life right now, already at 92% trash, gathering the remainder of the trash in this room to make up that count here as they get ready to spawn the 3rd boss.
That is one of the Holy Pally specialties that we saw there, was just bubbling and using that to pull all of the extra mobs. So a lot of healers would have ways of pulling them. If you're playing a Mistweaver, you could probably like roll out, Crackling Jade Lightning, Transcend back, and not get autoed. But there's something about having that bubble where you just know you're going to be safe as you run out there and pull those extra mobs. And now they are fighting them with this boss. A lot going on this one. And here's that instant replay you can see, just running over and being in bubble, saying, you know what? You guys can hit me, but it's not going to do anything. I've got this extra count. I can take it into the boss. And fighting this boss with trash is normally quite difficult to do because you have to kill the trash before it to spawn it. So leaving a little bit of those mobs behind and then grabbing them into pull, I think is going to be very common in the MDI. I think that's just an obviously good thing to be doing.
Look at this pull on the side for I Do It as well. This gather before the third boss has not gone well for them at all. That Phantasmal Mystic with the star marker has been standing in the boss room, casting on them non-stop. I think they were trying to line of sight it into the group, but it only just now got to the group, and now they're having to swap to it, focus single target it down. Their boss spawn is going to be a lot slower because of that, whereas Cook is gone. I mean, they're already through the first intermission here, and Commander Krolak is just getting sent. I mean, Cook is gone is just extending their lead here. I think they're about a minute ahead now. They've just been playing this dungeon almost perfectly.
Yeah, this is going so well for Cook is Gone, and the light at the end of the tunnel is visible now. They have full count. They just have to get through the second half of this boss, and they are well ahead of where I Do It are. I Do It are also grabbing this trash into boss, and they will have that lust coming up for the end of the dungeon, but so will Cook is Gone. Cook is Gone just have to hold on here, and they should be able to be substantially faster through the end of the dungeon. Really impressive, though, that both teams are on 0 deaths right now, with especially how aggressively they've both been pulling. It just seems like Cook is Gone. We're able to really make this one fewer pull, or at least one much quicker pull, especially the way they did that Ember Dawn trash compared to I Do It. I Do It saved what looked like a lot of time going into that Derelict duo, but they didn't get anywhere close to the same amount of count, right? So they were like 10% behind on that whole exchange. Ooh, Cook is Gone, getting the entire group with that dot on them from that leap. It's a little bit ugly, but it looks like it's not going to be too much of a problem, as we do have enough healing and Obsidian Scales to get through it.
Yeah, a little bit of an oopsie at the last moment there, but nothing that a Holy Paladin can't deal with. Just keeping the group topped. They're all good to go. And we're heading up to the final boss here at 12.5 minutes into the key with Bloodlust prepped and available. 2 minutes won't be available for another 45 seconds or so they're probably going to sit on the Lust for that. But, I mean, just, again, both teams super clean run. Like you said, 0 deaths, but this kind of goes to show you that not all 0 death runs are alike. Cook is Gone definitely putting together something a little more, well, cooked, I would say. And yeah, that first boss pull was absolutely insane and definitely gave them enough of an advantage to claim this dungeon, but they still do have to get through the Restless Heart here. You know, you can accidentally not take an arrow here or port across that wave. We'll have to see if they're able to push this boss, but I think they're going to be okay, judging based off how they've played the rest of the key. This one single target boss should be enough for them.
Yeah, now I think this boss is one of the more misunderstood bosses by a lot of the, let me just say, in Pugs I've seen some maybe misunderstandings of how you should be playing this one. Those arrows that you run into, it's not just to dodge this expanding, wind burst shot, right? You also can just run on them to clear your dot every time it gets applied to you, and doing so will save your healer a lot of stress. So you can see right now this arrow rain, everybody has a new stack of that dot on them, and they can all go and clear whenever they want by just running onto one of those arrows, which they may decide to do once, say, this wings falls off, and it becomes a little bit dicier to kind of keep the entire group up. Looks like Cook is Gone are actually just leaving these stacks, though, on everybody. They cleared them early in the fight, and now you can see the healer is at least clearing one, but most of the rest of the group is just saying, you know what? Just heal me. I'm going to do some damage right now.
Listen, they're in Lust. The healer is a full mana bar. You're good to go.
That's true.
Just do damage right now. If the mana was low, maybe you clear, maybe you make your healer's life a little more easily, but the boss is at 20% HP, your healer's at 90% mana. Make them use their resource here a little bit. That Bloodlust plus cooldown push got the boss so low, and they are well on their way to securing a first map victory here. I'm curious to see what happens after this map, though. Do we see the rogues stay on that class? Do they ban that out and go for something else? We'll have to see, but for the time being, Cook is Gone is going to close out this key. Restless Heart down below 3%. They have their 100% count, and they are going to be securing the first map of the series.
Impressive from Cook is Gone. Cook is Gone? I don't know. They seem to be cooking to me. They whipped up a victory on our first map of the series and have claimed and put that first point up on the board. Now, I Do It also had an impressive showing, and we can take a look at some of the stats, but, we didn't know a whole lot about Cook is Gone at the start of the day, but I would say, Dratnos, that this first map has left an impression on us for both of the teams. So what do you think it showed about them?
Absolutely, yeah. A very impressive run from both teams. Again, the fact that I Do It lost here shouldn't discount for the fact that they had a 0 death run as well that was, maybe 30 seconds, 45 slower than Cook is Gone, but both teams looking incredibly impressive. I think Cook is Gone, you can see with just how early that spike is. It's that first big spike is where they were able to just get into combat with Ember Dawn. after sort of stabilizing and then grabbing the rest of the mobs and pulling them into that boss. I think that was where they got the advantage, and they really never gave it back.
They did not. I mean, it was incredible, and Cook Is Gone just had one play after the other. I mean, Makes, you were keeping an eye on it. What did you see?
Yeah, it's honestly really interesting because we were talking about the double rogue, and of course Windspires is Windrunner Spire is a really, really big dungeon, but let's take a look together at how they actually differentiate it. So everything cornered around using those shrouds to actually get those big, massive pulls together without getting those individual players just absolutely demolished by any of the casters or adding stuff you did not want in there. And of course, you guys were also calling it out already, that pack into Ember Dawn that we're going to be seeing here as well is where Cook Is Gone did take the lead. A little bit of a difference in their damage patterns as well, because I Do It, the only team out of basically all of our teams that wasn't showing off that augmentation evoker, did have a little bit of a different damage pattern there with the 2 rogue specs as well. And then the second real kicker for Cook Is Gone after what you're seeing here, what a tremendous pull to see in the MDI. I just love it. This is exactly what we love the MDI for. But they had another one of these into the Derelict Duo, which there then they got another pack on top of I Do It as well. And I Do It unfortunately did have another accident there as well, where just one of them was really, really late to walk in, and then they had to spend like 2-3 seconds hitting that single cutthroat, as well as it apparently wasn't walking. Maybe it was stuck somewhere. We don't really know where it was hanging out, but yeah, you can see it here. I got really scared for a second when the little bat was doing its cast and the boss casted the hook, and I was like, oh, is it gonna hit the NPC? But it's all good. It only hits Latch and Callus on each other here, and they were able to do just that. So yeah, really cool. But I will also say, this is the team comp we saw from Cook Is Gone in their time trials on both of their dungeons. Some of other teams had a little bit of variety. Not true for Cook Is Gone. So I want to see what they are going to do next, because of course 3 of those specs are going to be banned.
It's true, right? With this first map, they're going to have to decide for themselves who is going to be removed from the pool. But I mean, we did get to see both of those rogues, and we were kind of hoping that we might get that rogue showdown. So Zyra, with that in mind, and as we look ahead to the next map, how do you think these specs played out for them, and where do you think they're going to head?
I mean, yeah, I think Mix called out that it might have been an AUG diff there. I think AUG with the 2-minute cooldowns plus Lust made that pull possible. I don't think I Do It could have pulled off that pull with their comp, potentially. So I think they'll probably hold on to the AUG. I wouldn't be surprised if we see I Do It swap to the AUG as well, if they have a player that's comfortable with it. It just seems to be like extremely strong right now. It's probably the best DPS spec in the game, actually. So yeah, that definitely seems really important. We didn't see either of the teams play Guardian Druid. I think that's also something that we've kind of identified as casters that we think is going to be super strong. I mean, looking back at that first dungeon of the day that we saw in Myzara Caverns, Druid was doing DPS damage. That seems like extremely valuable. So I suspect we'll see a swap to that. And yeah, we're seeing both tanks banned out. That's not surprising at all.
Rogues.
Both rogue specs banned out, not surprising at all. And Holy Paladin banned for Cook Is Gone, and Ally Shaman for I Do It. Okay, so yeah, we probably are going to see the AUG Evoker if I had to guess.
Interesting. I mean, I'm glad we got to see the rogues, especially with these players on either team that just excel at them. But it kind of feels like now in the second map, the teams are buckling down to really see what they can do. And they're going to be a Nexus Point Zenith, as we can see here. And I mean, it's interesting, Dratnos, right? So they've banned out a lot of the specs they had at the beginning. We've talked about some of these big, powerful ones, but is there anything with the strategy or routing of this particular dungeon that you think these teams are going to really try to hone in on?
Yeah, I mean, again, there's a lot of opportunity for burst damage in Zenith. You have a boss with a big damage burn window that you want to try and just murder during that. So something like, we could see the Assassination Rogue for one of the teams. We could see Subtlety Rogue for either team as well. So still options to stay on that class. Something that I'm interested in seeing as well is freedom effects, Tiger's Lust effects, ways of removing a movement slow on you make the left side of this dungeon much easier, because all those big circles that go on you and do a bunch of damage and deny a bunch of space can be removed with Blessing of Freedom, with Tiger's Lust, with those sorts of effects. Wow, we are seeing a lot of novelty already, though. So we do have the Subtlety Rogue. It's zero cool on that one. We have the Blood DK, the Pandaren Blood DK, out of Cook is Gone as well. We have a Discipline Priest. And then over on the side of I Do It, we have a little bit more of, I would say, some standard specs over here, but we still aren't going to see the Guardian from either team. We have the Brewmaster instead for I Do It.
I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. Either way, I mean, it kind of has been like the meta thing to play for the first 2 months of the season, so it would make sense to play that. People haven't really been swapping to Guardian until like the last couple of weeks. Either way, we have our comps in. Both teams going for a similarly massive first pull. I think the important thing is Zero Cool didn't swap off Rogue. He just swapped off Assassination, so he's on another Rogue spec. It's Subtlety instead of the Outlaw this time around, though, and it seems to be competing with the Ellie Shaman on 2-minute burst, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Subtlety, another one of those specs that is dramatically better than it was back in the time trials. So the way that the Rogue specs work, Subtlety and Outlaw, is in 12.0.5, they got a really powerful change to their Trickster hero talent tree. And then that got nerfed a little bit this week, but there were some compensation aura buffs to both the specs, which means that in both cases, they're better off than they were a month ago and able to do some pretty impressive damage depending on the situation. The Subtlety should have some really nice burst windows available, should be really good on the boss on the other side, for instance, when we get to that burn window with that image of Lothraxian jumping down and giving you like triple damage for a little bit.
I mean, I think the most interesting pick out of all of these classes, though, has got to be the Blood DK. I mean, what could be the reasoning behind playing that in this key, Dranos? As our resident tank main in the MDI, what are the benefits of playing that particular class in this dungeon?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that Blood DK does nicely in here. The Defenders, which we've gotten through most of already, they put this nasty effect on you it's a stacking heal absorb each time they do one to you. And then it also gives you armor reduction while it's on you per stack. So if you're playing a tank that can't, self-heal out of that heal absorb, you end up getting a massive minus armor effect. And that could be something that they think the Blood Death Knight is particularly good at handling. It certainly requires less healing than, say, the Brewmaster to get through that effect. But yeah, other than that, I'm trying to think of like where are you death gripping for value in this dungeon? I mean, there certainly are some casters that are nice to keep under control that way. There certainly are a few mass grips that can be valuable for just getting everything stacked together, but nothing huge jumps to mind for me.
Yeah, I guess it would just be generally nice to have the extra grips because you're not playing that in Holy DK, right? You have the Rogue instead. So
right.
It may be just a general quality of life thing. That's interesting, though, to see how it works out for them as both teams. Once again, I mean, they're on the boss at roughly the same time here, but once again, Cook is gone just a slight advantage, right? A little bit more efficient with how they dealt with those first couple of pulls, and it's netted them a 15% boss HP lead here, and both teams roughly on the same count here. This time, actually, I do it with a slightly bit more of count, but that's just 1 or 2 extra mobs in one of the big pulls that we'll see in the key, so might not end up making that much of a big difference in the long run. It's really just more the boss HP here. We do see more of a meta DPS comp from I Do It here. They've got the Unholy DK, the Devourer, Demon Hunter, and the Augmentation Evoker. This has kind of been the super high key pushing standard that we've been seeing across the board. They just all have so much AoE damage available to them and solid single target on top of that. But also in the MDI, like we've been talking about over these first few keys, is you're really not ever full single targeting a boss down. You're usually pulling trash on top of it. We saw both of the teams pulling extra Flux Engineers on top of the boss. Then they could easily AoE down the mana batteries after the fact. And yeah, they have to single target for a little while afterwards, but they're just trying to focus on getting efficient cleave and getting trash count dead on top of the bosses.
Yeah, really impressive to be still on 0 deaths through the entire series for both teams, although it is worth noting that the Augmentation Evoker for Cook is Gone has used that cheat death, so a little bit more vulnerable than usual there.
We'll have to see if that is an issue for them as we get into the second wing of the dungeon, because as we know, I mean, you can technically just run all the way to the end here.
You could?
Well, you could. You might accidentally spawn a couple of extra ads if you're not careful.
Accidentally? Hey, it's a bonus. That's some more fun.
Maybe it's extra count. Actually, yeah, that's true. Maybe they
all
do
right,
it on
so the
purpose.
Shroud comes out for Cook is Gone. This is sort of a stampeding roar effect as well for them. We also have that Windrush Totem coming down too. So they are going to be maneuvering through this part of the dungeon, while the Blood Decay outside of that stealth effect, just grabbing everything together, dropping quite low. Going to need to layer Dancing Rune Weapon, Anti-Magic Shell, and Vampiric Blood here to survive the start of this pull. That big Nullwark Blast comes out, and wow, super low HP for the tank, but that's just the Blood Death Knight experience. You can't get too scared when you see a Blood Decay dropping to 20% HP. That is part of the plan. That's how they operate.
Oh, the Blood Decay is also currently doing Subtlety Rogue damage. Now that's no Shadowblade Subtlety Rogue, so it's not, cooldown sub-rogue damage, but it's still good damage. I mean, I wasn't expecting to see that out of Blood Decay, so it's good to see that they can hold their own in the damage department. We did see them go for a slightly slower pull here, so we're not going to be spawning either of these Nascent Dreadflails here. Probably a good thing. I actually have seen people try to cook up routes when you do pull those for count, but I don't know if we're going to be seeing that. I think with this many
melee, it's like those mobs are a little bit obnoxious when you're trying to have, say, your Subtlety Rogue doing efficient damage, just getting zoned out by that Dreadflail.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a strategy we see them pull off here.
I do have a hero talent observation from that Blood Decay. So in 1205, they did a pretty sizable buff to the Deathbringer side of the hero talent tree, but it looks like Wazo there is just still on the Sand Lane build, which is, I think it's going to be more single target damage. It might even be possible that you could do more AoE by swapping over to Deathbringer, but the Sand Lane build here should be really impressive for that boss damage as well. So you were mentioning the damage being impressive on that big pull. I think we're going to be seeing really good ethical single target as well, as Idiot do have a death come out. Now, it is the Shaman, so it kind of doesn't count because they can reincarnate, but it also kind of does still count because it does cost those 15 seconds. So at the end of the day, that could be the difference maker here. But I do it are trying to say, you know what, that's not going to matter, because what we're going to do is we're going to run all the way to the boss here, and we're going to accelerate ahead of Cook is Gone because of that.
I need to be really careful here with this massive pull, because they have a whole bunch of these Hollow Soul Scroungers here, and they can sort of fixate on the mobs and cause them to take no damage, so they have to stun those abilities off. They do have a lot of AoE stuns to get rid of those effects, but I mean, there's just a lot of potential AoE damage going off for Cook is Gone now, going for the same pull of their own, but I do have gotten there first, which means they can technically spawn the boss faster and make up some of that differential that Cook is Gone gave themselves in the first section of the dungeon, and it looks like it has gotten through that first pull after having that just one death, so we'll have to see if they've made up enough time here to actually offset that death. It looks like they're going to be a pretty significant margin ahead here, because they've already gotten the second trash pack to spawn, and they're significantly further ahead in the RP here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be important. Remember that this boss spawns based off of killing the trash that lives there, right? It's not just the whole trash. So that can be one of the challenges when you do, 20 mobs into this area, and only 5 of them are important for actually spawning that boss, is just making sure that you are damaging those ones first, right? Damaging them at a higher priority. Sometimes you can actually even lose speed by, if you're not aware of that, right? If you don't have them marked, if you don't know which are the actual targets that are gating us from the next wave of trash spawning and from that boss spawning. So we'll have to see which of these groups is actually going to be able to get into boss combat first. Should be coming up after this next wave dies here. We will have to keep track of it. It's a bunch of Scroungers in combat here as well. A couple of those that you can pull pretty easily from over on the sides too, to help shore up that count. You do need to get a lot of count in Nexus Point Zenith from both sides and from the middle at the end. As you can see, Cook is Gone. Yep, they're going to be fighting this next wave with that Sentinel. And that's the same Sentinel, I believe, that I Do It have almost killed here. Down it goes, that touch of death. They're going to now roll out and grab these other 6 Scroungers that you can just find hanging out before the boss.
Something I want to shout out for I Do It that was really nice and super efficient for them is they kept a Herald alive through that entire trash pull from the previous trash in the instance. That gave their Devourer Demon Hunters something to constantly hit to keep up their stacks, to stay in meta longer, which helped them deal with that trash that much more efficiently. And look at this. They're already on to Core Warden Nazara. They have more trash count than Cook is Gone. And they're more than 15 seconds ahead, so it looks like I Do It have pulled off a complete reverse in this wing of the dungeon. They have pulled the Uno reverse card and have gone way faster than Cook has gone in this section of the dungeon. But as we all know, it's really going to come down to this damage burn when the boss takes significantly increased damage in just a moment here. Who's going to get the efficient burn? Who's going to get the boss low? Are we going to see a one phase potentially on this key level, Dranos?
I think it's possible. We do not have Lust, so that's going to make it a lot harder. But here comes a big collapsing star, and you can see as soon as that star cast goes off, right away, the Devourer jumps to the top of that damage meter. Let's see how much damage we're able to get into this Light Scar Flare. It's going to be another collapsing star into it, and we're going to be getting the boss. Okay, I don't think it's possible. I've changed my mind. 27% after this burn. Not even close to being a one phase here. Is there a comp that can do it? Probably not at this key level. If you drop a key level, maybe with Lust, but you're not going to have Lust here, so I'm on team it's never going to happen, and I hope somebody proves me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always the question in the future that we can come back to is there a potential world where going from 2 lusts to just 1 lust on this particular boss, if it gets you the one phase, is that ever worth it? Let's take a look at the damage burst here for Cook is Gone. Wait, this looks way better for them. Look at how fast their boss is dropping here. Are they going to get the one phase? Hold on.
I've changed my mind again. It's definitely possible. It can be
done.
done.
Wow! The Ascendants
So
carrying the boss damage there. Unbelievable burst. Ascendants plus Breath of Eons. And the Rogue was there too. One phase destroyed the boss for Cook is Gone, and all of that advantage that we were talking about for I Do It instantly gone from that point. Cook is Gone, demolishing the Core Warden there. And they're going to be moving on to the final section of the dungeon. Unbelievable damage push for them.
So it's a comp thing. You need something that has enough burst to get through that if you want to be able to two-phase. And I think if you're playing something else and you don't have that option, you're going to be so far behind. As you can see, Cook is Gone, now grabbing some of this trash from the start. You can see that heal absorb going on Wazo, but as soon as he's able to clear it, he loses that armor reduction and he's able to keep himself stable. Moving on to this bridge. Got a lot of trash now all at the same time, but Cook is Gone are not stopping yet. They are running all the way down, and let's see if they're able to grab those other two. Yeah, these two lingering images are the ones that spawn Lothraxion, so both of these need to get dealt with before they can get into boss combat, which is, of course, the main objective for them. Hot on their heels, I Do It as well. Also running down here, also grabbing these two lingering images and a skull marker on one, just indicating, hey, this is the one we need to get killed so we can actually spawn that boss.
I think it's actually crazy, too. The Subtlety Rogue didn't have cooldowns for Core Warden. They had them for this pull, though. Zero Cool carrying the damage on this pull, so that Fawny can get... Oh, maybe get the Ascendants back for the boss. Once again, though, that's the Shaman, so they can just onk right back. It was a fake death, but that does even up the deaths, but only for a moment, as we have another death for I Do It on their side. This time it's on the Og Evoker, so they're going to have to expend the battle res for it. But unfortunately, that just puts them those 15 seconds behind once again, and that's something they can't afford. But we do have another death for Cook is Gone, this time on the healer here, which is going to result in further deaths. Zero Cool goes down on the Rogue. He had nothing available. Cloak was already used previously to get one of those debuffs. Are we going to lose Random as well? Defy Fate being used there. I believe we are back to stability here, but these lingering images are still alive and still very, very healthy for Cook is Gone.
And I Do It in boss combat already. They were a little bit slower getting down here. They were a lot slower on that second boss, but with only one death instead of two, they now have time advantage. Oh no, Cook is Gone. What has just happened there?
They rescued as the boss was pulled, and they fell through the floor because of it.
Oh, no, Zyro.
No.
That is tragic. Now, if you could hear a smile in my voice, I want you to know that I'm not happy at the misfortune for Cook is Gone, but it is a very funny way to wipe. You have to admit it, even if you're a Cook is Gone fan. I predicted them. I'm a believer, but that is remarkable. Here's that replay. It's the rescue, the Ebb and Might, the Looney Tunes falling down. Oh, no.
We have a term for that in our guild. We call it just dwagon things. Whenever your evoker does something silly and it results in someone dying, oh man, what can you do? It's not over just yet, though.
Right, the life grip, the rescue, the boss pulled, and they weren't on the safe spot just yet. They were just barely still on the bridge. And yeah, now a lot of trash going to be resetting for Cook is Gone. And another death coming out here. 9 deaths for them on the board. That's almost 2 minutes slower than I Do It just from the death timer. And I Do It are still in boss combat here. They just have to hold on. As long as they can kill this boss, even if they have some deaths here, they will be winning this game.
Now, I've seen a strategy. There was this popular streamer who posted a clip on this boss where your healer can drop a spirit link, right? And then you just AoE CC all the dudes down.
That's right. You can
just
do
instantly
that.
get through the phase, right? Does that work
does
still?
It does not work, no. The small problem is that when you do that, you get a stacking holy damage taken increase on everybody. So even if you can live that one shot, then the main mechanics when you get back to the main phase are going to wipe you. And you can see I do it masterfully able to identify the correct Lithraxian there. For anybody who isn't aware of how that one works, by the way, because it's not immediately obvious what's supposed to happen. One of the images doesn't have horns, and that is the one that you're supposed to interrupt. And as soon as you know that phase gets a lot less confusing.
There actually are some interesting, memes aside with the Spirit Link thing, because that was a funny clip that you posted at the start of the expansion. There are actually some interesting things that you can do with like projectile-based skills. So if you have snowballs, you can throw a snowball at the boss right as it transitions, or like actually a lightning bolt should work as well because it is a projectile now. If you cast it and it resolves right as the boss finishes the Divine Galcast, the projectile will split off towards the direction of the correct one, and you can just follow that, and it'll give you a much better idea of where the boss actually is. That being said, I do it. They have snatched victory from the jaws of defeat in this key as they've kept it cleaner than Cook is Gone in the final section of the dungeon. We're going to get our first Game 3 of the day here.
We are indeed, and it's very exciting. I mean, it just goes to show it is not over until it's over. I do it, taking victory here in our second map of the series. This will even out the score, making it 1-1. Now, I do it have a bit of work ahead of them, and Cook is Gone had that slip up at the end with the evoker that caused that full wipe. But I have to ask Ratnos, is this an opportunity? Is this an opening? Do you think that I can do it, can take advantage of this?
Yeah, this is huge, and this is going to be really exciting as well because now we get to go to a Game 3, which means another 3 specs are getting banned here from both of our teams. This might also be a place where they're less prepared. Just the way that these series work out, you tend to over-prepare for Games 1 and 2 because you know you're going to get those, and you don't know you're going to see a Game 3. So we may be seeing the teams scraping a little bit of the bottom of the barrel of their plans to actually challenge this final dungeon in the series.
They are going to have to figure it out. Game 2 had a lot of ups and downs. Makes, what were your highlights and maybe your low points from this one?
Okay, listen, chat. Tab in. Put your ears on noting down, okay? We have a little bit of clearing up to do. We'll get to it at the end of this replay. First of all, I want to say, see a little bit of a difference here in comp. Once again, we mentioned it going into this dungeon in particular. The Ellie Shaman coming out for Cook is Gone together with that Disc Priest. We'll be ready for boss number 2. But just nice to see those huge pulls at the start of the dungeon as Cook is Gone comes to the boss here. Their augmentation evoker actually does take a lot of damage here, and just Fox Chi Death is able to get on through it, but that is now on cooldown and not available anymore. Thankfully, wasn't necessary in the next couple of minutes on the dungeon because they were able to utilize their comms to the very max using that PI on the Shaman as well as the Evoker, just sending Nasara into the Shadow Realm. Really, really cool to see that one phase. I know you guys were talking about it as well, saying like, oh, I do it, can do it. Maybe it's just not possible on this key level. Really, really awesome stuff coming out there. And then we get Lithraxion, and you're like, listen, it's basically over already. These teams are so close, but tragedy strikes the board. First, Bonnie goes down, damage is missing. On the other side, Morgan drops as well to one of the blistering smites. There's just death upon death upon death as these teams are racing off. And here is that moment I want to talk about. This is not Dwagon things. This is not the fault of the priest. It is the tank pulling the boss before the team has arrived in the safe spot leading to this bridge being despawned. This is not a bug. It's intended, and it's unfortunately a communication mishap by this team that cost them this run in the end.
Listen, the Dwagon was at the scene of the crime, so it's their fault.
No.
I won't accept this Dwagon slander. No. Look, I mean, coordination is more important than ever, especially in speedrunning, where you are counting down the milliseconds to try to see if you can win. And if you just happen to pull a little early, as you said, Megs, it can lead to some very unfortunate things. But we talked a little bit about this final dungeon that we're going to see them in. So our third map, Skyreach, was actually a time trial dungeon for our teams, and I'm curious if you think that this might be something that gave them a little bit more practice, something that maybe could speak a little bit to how they might match up here, Zyro?
Well, okay, something that I think is important, I think makes you mention this. The comp that they ran for time trials on the side of the Zero Cool's team, on the side of Cook is Gone, they can't run that comp, right, for time trials, because they ran it in the first match. So what do we think they're going to run in Skyreach now instead?
So they did use a Warlock in time trials that they could still use here and live.
Okay.
That is an option.
Let me talk about that, because Laneri was the Warlock they used. They had a replacement by Fani jumping in last second to actually help out. They used a Warlock. It's a different Warlock. So I'm not sure if they have that option available to them, if they can actually do that. So we'll need to see if they have it prepped. We'll need to see if we'll see the third rogue spec out of Zero Cool, you know, or if he's just going to try and replay.
Trifecta rogue
We don't know. We don't know what the ban is.
The power of the trifecta. I mean, it's possible, right? They might go with it. They've stuck with it thus far to, you know, within that rogue spectrum, which has been interesting to see. But I mean, by all accounts, it seems like, at least from our initial showings, Cook is Gone is faster generally, at least from these two maps. But I have to ask, I mean, I do it. They have steadily worked. They have been refining. They've been even expanding the specs that they can play. Like that Demon Hunter wasn't something necessarily that Shindig really could, you know, had in his belt or his toolkit until recent seasons. So what does I Do It need to do to overtake Cook is Gone, Dratnos?
Yeah, so I Do It, they were also looking really solid in both those runs. They looked clean and consistent, and I'm looking at their Skyreach runs. They have access to a lot of the specs that they used across their time trials. They played Bear and Vengeance DH in some of their runs, and both of those, I believe, are still options. They actually used a Ret Pally for some of their runs as well, including their second fastest Skyreach time trial run. So we could see that making a debut appearance also. Ret Pally and Arms Warrior both exist in this interesting space where their single target isn't great until you are able to pull trash onto the boss. As soon as you're able to do that, they actually do incredible overall and boss damage. So if there's a dungeon where you can facilitate doing that on all or all but one of the bosses, those are both specs that I think would be really compelling.
Love to see it. I mean, I think they can do it. It's there. Their name says as much, but honestly, we see them kind of continue to break through and have these moments, and at times when it really seems like they're almost there, it's just been that Cook is Gone has managed to just widen that gap really stubbornly. But, you know, Makes, I mean, what were you thinking as you watched through seeing both of these teams?
Well, I would love to tell you that, but I have something more important to say, because we got a little intel. We have to be a little bit sneaky about this. But you guys know how when you're at a competition, you should read the rules. That's usually how that goes. Unfortunately, one of our teams seems to not fully have understood the ban rule, so we're currently taking an extra minute to make sure they're all briefed on what exactly is happening here. Because the ban rule is, I'll say, I like it, but it's not the most straightforward thing, because the amount of times you play a spec matters, right? So if you played a spec 2 times, and all the other specs only 1 time, that spec does get banned out, and there will be 3 bans after each map accumulating. So after this map, both of our teams will have 6 bans on their hands of specs that they cannot play. And, you know, if you weren't prepared for this, you might feel a little bit upset right now.
Well, yeah, Cook is Gone. They're forced to ban out the Ogavoker after that map, right? Because they played it in both of the first 2 maps.
Yep.
Yes.
So that could be important. I mean, Skyreach has a lot of opportunities to maneuver around with that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is an opening, right? Again, like, I Do It, if they've been kind of shuffling other comps, Cook is Gone, you don't take that into account. It's part of why the spec variety rule does have a big part to play in the competition. And also why we, even that first map, right, we're like, oh, well, maybe that Og Evoker is causing a bit more of this difference. So, I mean, Cook is Gone, they're going to have to cook up a new comp real quick and figure out what they might be able to pull out for this last map. But I mean, if you were kind of putting the composition together, Zyro, what would you kind of say, let's pull this out, let's run this for Skyreach?
I mean, they have so many good specs that are just, they didn't play at all this series, right? All the Warlock specs are available, Guardian Druid's available. They can run back they can run back the Disc Priest again if they wanted to. That seemed really solid. I mean, it was one of the things that enabled the one phase on the second boss there, which was really impressive. Like PI plus Ascendance on that boss was insane. And they have a lot of great options. It's just the question: are they prepared for all?
We
of
got
those
Outlaw
options?
Rogue.
There's a lot of good things.
We got Dev Evoker, right? You can't play Og. You
Yeah.
switch over to the Dev. Now you do give up Wernstone, which some would say is, one of the big things, but you still at least could have, Rescue if you wanted.
Yes. It's possible. Right? Speedrunning has these slightly different factors to take into account, like the Wernstone. Kind of important when you're looking at how you're going to set up all of the tech you might be trying to execute. But there are some alternatives. Now, Makes has a thoughtful look on her face.
I do.
mean, Makes, what do you think they should be doing?
Listen, even if you have nothing prepared, even if you don't have a character ready, if you don't have a route that's planned around that character, I think you still have to give it your best shot, because this determines whether or not you move into upper bracket or lower bracket, and so it is quite important, and it's 1-1, so it's all on that last map that we're about to see. However, I think the team might disagree with that.
Well, it is unfortunate, right? But at least it happens here, where you are right at the start. You have a second chance if you go down into the lower bracket. You can progress through the upper bracket, and I feel like, even if unintended, this does prove true that this matchup between these two is very close. It could be anybody's final game here. But, we talked a bit about, obviously, the picks that they had made, as well, rogue gameplay for both teams, but zero cool over on Cook Is Gone. And I was curious, Dratnos, from Cook Is Gone's gameplay, anything about their picks aside, how do you think the rest of the team was kind of filling out that gameplay in their respective roles, since we mostly focused over on that rogue?
Yeah, I mean, they were zooming through those dungeons. The one place where you looked at it and you were like, oh, they're maybe a little bit slower than I do it, was getting that second boss of Xena's Pulled. But then they one-phased it instead of two-phasing it, and that more than makes up for the time lost there. Their progression through Windrunner Spire as well was much faster too. So really impressive showing from that team. Going to be a force to contend with for anybody that they meet, wherever it is in the bracket, whether it ends up being the upper or lower bracket for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, strong players, and we could see the speed was very, very clear. It's fun to me because I do it, although they have worked their way up steadily, they're a little bit newer to the scene, having arrived recently more in like the 2020s-ish with a lot of their gameplay. Previously competed in Shadowlands, War Within, and they said coming into this that they knew that the road ahead of them was really rough, that they wanted to go the distance, as well as the fact that their goal was to be in the top 2 teams to make it to finals. So, I mean, both teams, I think, have a lot on the line, and they are both really, really trying to see if they can make it and claim one of those spots that we've talked about that is probably up for grabs in that second spot. Now, we have just gotten some news, though, that in this particular matchup, we are basically going to have a little bit of an abrupt end here. So Cook Is Gone have opted to go ahead and forfeit, since they weren't fully prepared for Game 3 with the spec variety rules as they understood them. So they're going to go ahead and re-prepare for tomorrow's bracket. They are not giving up. Their fire is not diminished. They are still absolutely in it, but this time around, they're going to go ahead and take a step back and then reapproach tomorrow. So because of this, I Do It will be moving on in the upper bracket. They will take this 2-1. Well done, I Do It. And unfortunate as it was, we are very excited to see more of Cook Is Gone tomorrow as well. It happens at times. However, I think both teams played incredibly well. And just like we were talking about earlier, that lower bracket already is just so powerful, Makes.
It is, and I just quickly wanna make this a learning moment for chat. It's very important. You deliberately read the rules and make sure you're ready for all outs. If you come into this thinking you're just gonna 2-0, it's a little tough. So hopefully from here on out, let this be a lesson to everyone. And Cook Is Gone will need to beat CARLA, who looked for a 24 seed incredibly strong in their first series against Mandatory. Yeah, of course, they did get stomped by Mandatory a little bit, but given their seeding, what we saw, I think they can contend with some of the other teams here. So that is going to be, as I can call it, a banger of a game that's waiting in elimination bracket.
Oh, 100%. I mean, and again, these teams, like we said, they have a lot on the line, and BlizzCon at the end of it. So they all want to bring their best, and no doubt, whether upper or lower bracket, we are going to continue to see our teams do just that. Now, next up, we are going to have our third series of the day. This is going to be Polish Mountain versus Almost Fine. Two teams that I think surprise and interest us for various reasons, Polish Mountain being sort of dark horses in previous competitions as well. But Zyro, looking at these two, what do you think we have in store for our third series of the day?
Yeah, I mean, this lower bracket is going to be really important for the just entire weekend. Remember, the main goal for this weekend is to be in those top 2 teams to qualify for global finals. So we're looking at these bottom two matchups, Polish Mountain, and I think Polish Mountain is one of the teams that is potentially vying for that second spot. They've been a really solid team in the past. They've been one of the teams that has, like I said in the top of the show, flashes of excellence, but generally have been always pretty good. They have a couple new players on their roster this time around. I'm really interested to see how that works out for them. And we're going to get our first look at that roster in this next matchup. I'm hoping to see good things from them.
Absolutely, it's going to be a good one. And everybody, we can't wait to see what both teams have in store. So we are going to take a quick break as our teams assemble, but we will be back after that for Polish Mountain versus Almost Fine. Long time no see, chat. Next up is Polish Mountain versus Almost Fine, so make your predictions in the poll. And while all of you make your guesses, let's go ahead and give some more thoughts on the teams we're about to see. Now, both of these teams have a lot of star players. So on the side of Polish Mountain, we have Tankers and Ita. Almost Fine, we've got Mickey Timmy. So, Tettles, how do you think that these power pairs are going to sort of match up?
I think it's going to be really interesting to see how Polish Mountain fares, right? They're supposed to be the unanimous favorite here. They're the 6th seed coming into this weekend, coming out of time trials. And the last time that we actually had this speedrunning format, they actually qualified for global finals. Now, we've been in the pushing format for a little bit. Is this going to be a format that kind of benefits Polish Mountain? What is their consistency going to look like? For Almost Fine, they've had players that have been qualifying for MDI finals for a while, all the way going back as long ago as Shadowlands even. Are they going to be able to kind of reload with a brand new roster, some familiar faces? What are they going to look like? That's kind of an interesting question. But for me, I think the big question is, what is Polish Mountain going to look like? Because I kind of feel like from season to season, you don't really know what to kind of expect. You know that their upper cap is really good, but what does their consistency on a run-to-run basis look like? That's kind of the question that I have here.
It's true. I think that's the question that's on all of our minds. I mean, they've got a big following in chat. We always love cheering them on, but Polish Mountain sometimes totally surprise us, seem like they're going to be right there, and then, like you said, that consistency, Tuttles, it can just kind of trip them up at key moments. So, I mean, Makes, with this kind of history of these moments of brilliance held back by perhaps some of the execution, how do you think they're going to show up in this particular season?
So it's very interesting because there's been a roster change, right? I feel like this MDI, more than any other, every team you see, you remember the name, but then you look at the players and you go like, were you here before? Like, something is different on a lot of these teams, and Polish Mountain is no different because Rafli and Moch are no longer with them, and instead Jura and Somax are joining this team. Now, both of these players, the team told us, have been a part of kind of this team bubble. So Jura played with them in the first MDI. Somax has been their 6th member that helped us with strats back then. So they're familiar, but they haven't played in this specific combination just yet. So I'm really curious to see how they do. This is a team I'm very big on. I've said this a couple of times. To me, they're like the mini version of Missed Count before they became one of our powerhouses. And I think Polish Mountain has the potential. If this is the next step on their way there, I'm here for it.
Me too. I mean, I love seeing what they bring every season, and sometimes that experience, as you just keep going through, you keep coming back, really is what builds you into one of these top teams. And I think Polish Mountain has shown that they are willing to go the distance. But we have to lay down some predictions. I mean, chat, you were over here predicting, we saw you over here saying that you think Polish Mountain, they're going to pull it off here against Almost Fine. So let's see what we all think. I'll toss it over to Dratnos first. What would you predict for this next series?
I'm a pretty big believer in Polish Mountain. Obviously the roster changed a little bit, but we're back in the pushing format, or the speedrunning format rather, from the pushing format, which I think should help them. So I'm going to go for a 2-0 for Polish Mountain.
Oh, very strong, Tettles.
I'm 2-0 on the Mountain, I think.
Oh my gosh, the Mountain
That's
gets ever
crazy.
higher. Makes, are you in the same place?
Let me sell you a little bit on Almost Fine. I'm
please
a
do.
huge fan for Polish Mountain, but Almost Fine is not a team that is unknown. This is not an unknown quantity. They have Mickey, who has previously played on Los Golfos, who were previously Sloth. That was a team that took maps off of Echo back when Echo was still the back-to-back winner. So there's some pedigree on this team that if they can tap into that, listen, we might see a surprise.
I will say,
pedigree prior Dragonflight no longer exists in my
So?
mind.
That's not fair.
Although I was going to say, Mix, I would laugh really hard if after all of that you were like, but I am going to say 2-0 Polish Mountain.
I'm going to say 2-1.
2-1. Okay, all right, sure. You're going to give Almost Fine one map. Okay, very benevolent of you. Thank you for advocating for them. No, I mean, you bring up a good point, which is the fact that the team has a lot of experience. And from season to season, a lot of things change. But I think that if you are familiar with the scene, if you've competed in high-pressure environments too, which is something that can make a really big difference, you can already come in from a strong point. That said, I'm going to go with Makes, and I'm going to say 2-1. I think Polish Mountain probably is going to take this, mostly just because like I said, when we see them really on it, they are so on it. But they are going to have to compete in our first academy, or first dungeon for them of the day. This is going to be Algathar Academy, and this is one that has a lot of challenges in store for the teams. I mean, Tuttles, is this, would you say, the hardest dungeon in the pool? One of the harder dungeons?
I think the dungeons that are on like the 17 level are probably some of the hardest. I think Algathar, it's kind of an interesting question of what is the first pull of the dungeon. Our team's going to be going left, because I think last time we saw Alg, a lot of teams went with a Bloodlust pull in that Veximus area and basically just pulled to the entire left side. Or are they going to be going towards Overgrown Ancient? I think that's the really big question here. Our team's going to be going left, because I think last time we saw Alg, a lot of teams went with a Bloodlust pull in that Veximus area and basically just pulled to the entire left side. Or are they going to be going towards Overgrown Ancient? I think that's the really big question here.
We'll see what they're going to do as they come in here. This is going to be Polish Mountain versus Almost Fine in their first series. This is here on Algathar Academy, a big starting point for both of them. Dratnos, it's all you.
All right, we do have another set of new specs making an appearance here as well. We have that Resto Druid, which I think a lot of us were expecting to see a lot of them across these different dungeons, but I think this is our first time seeing it here for Almost Fine. And then Polish Mountain busting out the Serve Hunter and the Ret Pally, both combining really nicely. The Ret Pally in particular, you're almost always going to see a Shaman in a Ret Pally group because they scale so much with that Sky Fury. Those extra auto attacks are basically extra casts for them.
Yeah, super, super cool. I also quickly want to shout out the name on Mickey, McKitten. That's so smart. I have to respect that. But
no, I think that's just
certainly
Mickey 10.
Respect.
Is their 10th character,
no.
so...
No. That's McKitten. You
okay,
cannot
we'll agree to
fool
disagree.
me on this one. I know cats, but I just want to quickly say what Tettles was saying is definitely happening here. So Polish Mountain pathing up towards the Overgrown Ancient, then taking the ride here over to the Guardian Sentry while they're waiting for, I assume, that RP, whereas Almost Fine is on their way towards the left-hand side of the dungeon. So a little bit of a different pathing that we are going to be seeing here right out of the gate.
Yeah, this is cool. So both teams have a different way to start the dungeon. Polish Mountain got that Lust on cooldown sooner, which is nice. But really, both teams were able to do something useful while waiting for the RP to spawn the boss that they activated. So it was a different boss, right? It was Veximus for Almost Fine and Overgrown Ancient for Polish Mountain, but both were able to actually do something during that RP. Problem for Polish Mountain is they are going to have to go back to... So I suspect what they're going to do is they'll probably just go Croth and then over to Veximus and then take Overgrown Ancient like on the way back over, right? Sort of just do a big circle around. I think that's going to be their move. Whereas Almost Fine don't really have to worry as much about that because they're just going to have Veximus, which is the most out of the way boss, already taken care of here.
So the one thing, and I'm not sure if that was just a little bit of a bug while they were flying, but it looked like they hadn't used Bloodlust and used it here, but I'm not seeing it on them right now, so it must have been that they used it on the first one. But we are seeing Timmy go down here for Almost Fine. So they are losing that Demon Hunter. They are getting that 15-second penalty that each death costs, and they have to recover this. They look it like they are able to do this. Now, of course, a lot could have been left here, but 20 seconds on the meta tells me we didn't send it, we didn't die in our meta window, which is the most horrible thing that can happen to that Devour Demon Hunter. So very good news. As far as death goes, this one didn't cost them too much.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be okay for Almost Fine, but you got to remember, even if it's not in your cooldowns, you are always losing damage whenever you die.
Oh, for sure.
And those 15 seconds of death timer also can be really, really punishing with how close we've seen some of our teams be so far. That could make the difference at the end of this. It's going to be very hard to compare these two teams directly, though, until we actually get to the end of the dungeon, because this is, of course, just a completely different path for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see where that is going to set them up. Of course, Polish Mountain taking a long time to get that very first boss down, but finally Krath is going to spawn for them as well, whereas Almost Fine has killed Veximus. Now the question for me is, what direction are Almost Fine going? Are we going to go up to the Overgrown Ancient? And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. I think we're now going to see them do probably the same thing, do one big pull, go over to the Sentry, and then maybe Krath and the Overgrown Ancient after that, just for pathing. I think this makes a lot of sense because this is a big dungeon. You spend a long time running, and every second in the MDI counts.
Absolutely. It is all about that optimizing of your movement as well. Sometimes you can do these two different routes and you look at overall damage at the end of the key and you're like, oh, this one must be better. But what that doesn't factor in is that one of those routes may have had 20 fewer seconds of out of combat time. And that can absolutely make the difference in these runs.
It absolutely can. Let's see how they deal with this huge pull, because this is always one of the make or break moments in an Algathar Academy. There's a lot happening here. The last couple of skitters are going to be joining here for Almost Fine as well. Did see a scary moment for Timmy there, but is able to fell rush out before the impact on the AoE does come in. Norsk taking a lot of damage now. Stagger is up. And he survived, looking very scary, and he dies, actually, towards the end here. Tragedy for Almost Fine.
Indeed it is, and they're now going to try and recover this pull, but we have threat all over the place here, as every single DPS player is going to be getting chased down by these remaining mobs, which is going to mean they won't be able to easily do damage. And Brewmaster doesn't have a great way of grabbing threat on all of these unless they're playing the statue, so they can statue taunt. We can see if one of those might be available here. Doesn't look like it, so it looks like Norskin just going to have to try and get the threat back one way or another here, but everybody else just still having to keep kiting here, as that threat is still on everybody else.
This is costing them so much time. The additional death there on Timmy, as well as another 15 seconds while they're trying to rein this pull back in. Norskin now getting hit once again, taking a lot of damage. That stagger momentarily is red again. He will need to survive this one, but with the lashers and the skitters that remain, I'm positive that Almost Fine is going to be able to finish this one out. But a massive time loss as Polish Mountain on the left-hand side. They've been chilling. They've been breezing through Krath. And I assume we're going to be seeing them go towards Weximus, like you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it's going to be hard to directly compare these two teams as they have such different paths. But I have to imagine that those 3 deaths and that damage loss inefficiency for Almost Fine is going to be a huge disadvantage for them as we get towards the end of this dungeon. Polish Mountain making it over towards Weximus here. They're going to skip past some of this trash. Grab the other one here. Another difference that I did notice and wanted to point out here, the two Brewmasters are actually playing different hero talents from each other. Tankier's there playing that Master of Harmony, whereas Norskin is on Shadowpan. In particular, that should mean that Tankier's is able to do a little bit more priority damage. So whenever there's a pull like this going on, where you have, say, one big Ravager that wants extra priority damage, the Master of Harmony, when you're Tiger Palming that one target, is doing way more damage to that extra single target. So this might speed things up for Polish Mountain, even if it might end up doing a little bit less overall, which it probably won't even do that, as Tankiers is actually playing more damage trinkets, whereas Norskin has a shield trinket on instead for some more defense.
Yeah, a little bit of different priorities for them here as well. Of course, it always depends a little bit on your healer as well. How much can they cover? There's that balance between how much damage is my tank going to do, how much damage is my healer going to do, and what do we each need to sacrifice to find the perfect balance of min-maxing our defenses as well as the offenses. But Polish Mountain into that big textbook battle axe pull here. This one
monotonous
is scary.
lectures go off for a sec.
We did see a death earlier on the right-hand side to that, so they need to make sure everything's good here. AoE stun coming in from Tankiers, but the pull is only at 50%.
Yeah, we lost a little bit of damage as two of those books were actually channeling for a couple of seconds that monotonous lecture. They were able to then end up getting that leg sweep, getting everything under control, but the next lecture comes out, and once again, Devourer DH loses a cast there from that CC, so maybe a little bit of inefficiency, or maybe they were just waiting for everything to be casting so that they could get them all with one AoE CC, and they just accepted that they were going to lose a couple of globals to it. But yeah, all of that being dead means that Veximus is now spawning, and they're going to waste no time in the meantime grabbing a couple of these extra Foragers and Ravagers, getting all of this taken care of while they wait for that boss to spawn. And I suspect they'll be going directly into the boss here in just a second.
really surprised that we are now seeing the Survival Hunter. I know we were talking about this in the green room as well, and of course, Survival Hunter on the life leaderboard is certainly something people are getting more and more used to. A very, very strong class with a lot of damage, but we weren't too sure on how the damage pattern would look like in the MDI. I think Jura has an opinion on that, and if I'm looking into our damage meter, no further questions asked. He is pumping on that hunter.
Yeah, survival hunters tend to be really, really good at Algathar Academy in particular because they've all had to do this dungeon like 20 times to get that puzzle box. So they're really used to doing good damage in this place. They've all learned.
Sure. That's it. I'm sure that's it.
I think that's the main reason, if I had to guess, as we do have Croth pulled now for almost fine. Both teams have Overgrown Ancients spawned now, but they just left it. They, you know, that RP where while those two professors are arguing about whether it's life magic or nature magic that was causing the problem, both teams just were like, okay, you guys have your little argument. We'll be back in a bit to deal with the tree once we're ready.
I like it. It's one of those things that teams need to maneuver, those RP moments. And of course, like I mentioned, every second counts. So they need to be very careful. That last orb there is going to be soaked last second for Polish Mountain. Ravager still causing a little bit of extra damage as Kioma also gets hit with that debuff, but is able to keep himself top there using a defensive and making it through. Vexmus down to 20%. Almost fine. On the other side is now dealing with Croth. But this allows us to kind of check in with our trash count, because once Almost Fine is done, we expect them to move back to the Guardian, and we expect the same from Polish Mountain, but they still need to do one more trash pack, and I think it's our bridge pack here that they're going to be walking up towards. So that allows us to kind of tie them back together in terms of where they are, and you can start to see how big the difference of those 3 deaths and that pull that went a little bit wrong really is for them.
Looks like we are going to be skipping past the middle of the bridge. Those were affected by Sigil of Misery, and then they made sure that only the DH was in combat with them, and then hit that Shadow Meld as soon as the rest of the group was passed. So only one of those 2 bridge packs is still in combat here for Polish Mountain. This set of 3 insects as well, they were just able to ignore earlier. Those ones aren't required to spawn the boss, and they patrol in such a way that you can dodge them if you want. So those 7 mobs are going to be joining the Overgrown Ancient here, and that's going to be the pull going for Polish Mountain. Now, this is going to be a little bit scary, but the good news is that the Overgrown Ancient boss itself doesn't get too dangerous until this second spawn of ads, when it actually uproots all of them. So until then, you don't actually have too much going on, and it's usually pretty safe to deal with some trash on the boss. You can see, even when they get this bleed stack, almost all of that trash is already dead, and 4 of the 5 people in this group are playing Dwarf, so they can remove those bleed stacks for free on this boss.
Yeah, that's a really, really nice little tech there. I also want to ask questions to chat on this boss, because we all know you need to move with the group when these spawns here come in from that Germinate cast. We can see this the second time now that their healer is actually going in the other direction, just making sure nobody else can send Kioma to the Shadow Realm. But I want to know how chat does it, you know? I think the popular opinion is to go clockwise, but there are always some people who do it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. There's we sometimes see the clockwise counterclockwise split, especially when we see OCE. Whenever we have an Australian team, it goes counterclockwise or clockwise down there. It's different because they're on the other side of the equator. So you gotta jot that one down. It's true. The whirlpool. If you have like a whirlpool down there, it's the opposite way.
Sure. Yep.
It's interesting. Now you learned something.
Well,
against your will.
I love learning. Thank you so much, Dratnos. Ancient Guardian has been defeated for Polish Mountain, but the dungeon is not yet over. These Echo Knights, they can be a little bit of a problem. The invokers need to be kicked in order to actually get a move on. They do a lot of casting, and of course it's very hard to pull this into boss. It's a very, very dangerous thrash. Let's see if Polish Mountain are up for it, or if we're just going to be finishing it here and then go into Echo.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those big things for the rep pally as well. Really important to always have trash on every boss if you can. Just get all of that extra priority target damage off of that execution sentence with your cooldowns. Here comes that lust, and this is going to be big damage for Polish Mountain that they're both dealing and receiving here. You can see that survival of the fittest already being deployed as well. And those stacks starting to come out from the boss too. If anybody gets clipped by a stray orb here, that is going to be very likely lethal. So they're going to have to make sure that they are navigating this room very carefully. Each time they get gripped in as well, more and more of that space they have to be careful of as they are filling it up with those extra portals.
Yeah, absolutely. A very scary pull, but that lust certainly helping out as well. You can see Yitta there just casting in the backline. The stars should be shattering very soon, and Echo of Doragosa dropping lower and lower. We are getting towards those 50%. And here's a neat tip for you. If you are doing some dungeons this season, this boss room is pretty large, so you can make the most out of it. Really pull Echo of Doragosa towards the outer corners, and then when there's a lot on the floor in one of those corners, you can just move her to the other side, because there is a max range on the orbs that come out from the puddles on the floor, that then they don't reach you anymore. So a very nice little thing for y'all at home that are watching. I know you guys are going to be up in the LFG tool tomorrow saying, you know, MDI route or nothing, but this is just a really good tip.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing to look out for on this boss is you have to just watch the health bars of everybody as they're getting, again, those double stacks. It's super dangerous time for everybody to be alive. So every time you get hit by that third one, you sort of clear that dot and you become a lot safer, but definitely something to look out for as Polish Mountain now 15%, nearing the very end of Echo of Doragosa. Last couple of debuffs going out. You can see beautiful movement there by the Rep Pally, right? Moving back behind the boss, getting dispelled back there, leaving that portal behind the boss. It's not super vital, right? Like, you can put them in sort of bad spots and be okay, but it makes your life way easier by managing them as Polish Mountain do. And with 100% count, with the boss going down, they are well ahead of Almost Fine. They are going to take game 1 in this series.
Polish Mountain getting that first point on the board here in Series 3. Incredible to see them back in this element they do so well in with speedrunning. But of course, we got to see, I think, a great performance as well, minus some of those deaths, minus some of those other things over on Almost Fine side that they'll hopefully be able to clean up as they come in for our second game. But now that the map is finished, I mean, Makes, what are your big takeaways from the team's performances in their first game?
Sorry, I think Algathar Academy, just like it always was, is going to be really, really interesting to us in terms of how teams path, and I'm really excited for that. I would have loved to see a fair comparison between those two routes where things didn't go wrong for Almost Fine, just to see how those routes pair up. That's always something I'm super excited about.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, where I was just like, oh, I wish we could get a better estimate of like, would this one be faster or not? But hopefully in subsequent runs, we might be able to see something more. And of course, we will get some additional insights as well. Tettles, who was analyzing from the backlines. Tettles, what did you think about the routes and what you saw with this first map?
Yeah, so it looked like both of the teams were electing to do this thing with Overgrown Ancient, where they skipped the 20 seconds of RP on Overgrown Ancient and continue to progress through the dungeon. For Almost Fine, they actually elected to go to Veximus first with their first Bloodlust of the dungeon. The setup of this pull is actually very technical, requiring a lot of kicks, and it's actually a really hard gather, and I think just getting this pull gathered is a big point of emphasis. I do wonder, though, if just going left, doing that Veximus trash first with your Bloodlust, and then just holding W through the rest of the dungeon is going to be faster. Because for Polish Mountain, this was their first Bloodlust of the dungeon. This is where they dropped their first set of offensive CDs, and they just left this area, which is fine. It's almost fine. And then you lose like 30 seconds of travel time. Because, I mean, look at Almost Fine here. They're walking to this Overgrown Ancient area, and they've just paid 30 seconds of travel time for 15 seconds of RP skipping. And for Polish Mountain, they're going to be doing something similar, where they're paying 30 seconds of travel time for 15 seconds of RP skipping, and it's just something feels wrong about that in the more speedrun heavy format. I do wonder in the future, like, what the strategy is going to unfold for this dungeon, what the meta strat is really going to be. Unfortunately for Almost Fine, having a tank death really just cements the run for them as completely lost. Having a tank death on a 15 on a Brewmaster Monk with an Augmentation Evoker was a little bit surprising to me. I'm a bit shocked that he wasn't able to even like self-sustain, much less like they have a healer there. I'm surprised he's not able to just like completely keep himself alive. A bit unfortunate. Polish Mountain, they end up pulling some trash into both Overgrown Ancient and into the Echo Dorgosa, a very risky second Bloodlust of this dungeon for Polish Mountain with quad Echo Knight. But if they're able to pull it off, it's going to be a pretty sizable time gain. I think the big thing, kind of echoing something that Mick said, what is the routing going to look like in this dungeon in the future? I think that's going to be kind of one of the key takeaways from the Algathar Academy.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that variation, seeing those paths, seeing what kind of tech different teams are going to use or how they're going to really optimize that is definitely something that over the course of the whole competition makes it so much more fun to watch rather than just tuning in on one run or one weekend. So we'll see what that final version of the dungeon will kind of shake out to be. But, I mean, we mentioned that Polish Mountain, obviously, they've been around for many different seasons, and in the last time that we saw speedrunning made it to the finals. So Dratnos, I was curious, do you think this format plays to their strengths, or do you think they might have been a little bit more closely matched minus those deaths to almost fine than we might get the impression of?
I definitely think it's a strong format for them. I think every single team is sort of grappling with the combination of the changed format and the raised stakes of BlizzCon being the light at the end of the tunnel this time. So it's hard to tell which of these teams are going to benefit most from it, but I think Polish Mountain are definitely a candidate for that, as we do see the spec bans coming in. That Serve Hunter, unfortunately, going to be a one and done, as is the Ret Pally Resto Shaman combo. This makes a lot of sense, because if you're not playing the Resto Shaman, you don't want to play that Ret Pally. That Sky Fury, you want somebody, you want a Shaman of some kind on your team so that you can get that full damage. So banning both of them makes perfect sense for the Mountain. Meanwhile, Almost Fine also taking out a tank healer combo for them, and then the Devourer Demon Hunter too. So pretty strong spec, but definitely not one that is required for anything strategically. You're mostly just using it for big damage, big self-sustain, right? All that leech.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, Tuttles, seeing what they've banned out and knowing that we're going into Magister's Terrace, does this seem to check out for you? Anything that's surprising?
What are the things that you really want in Magister's Terrace is kind of an interesting question. I think you want a bunch of Night Elves, so that way you can meld off the Runic Glaive. So, I think the Devoured Demon Hunter tends to be like a pretty good specialization for this dungeon in general, but it really kind of comes down to what the planned strategy is for this. I think that the second pull of this dungeon is very likely to be a bunch of Magisters taken into that Pyromaniac. That could actually be a pretty dangerous pull. I think that Augmentation Evoker has a tendency to be very good in this dungeon. I don't know if you're going to be able to abuse like a Wernstone skip or anything like that, but I think that like the texture of this dungeon benefits Augmentation Evoker heavily.
Yeah, I mean, Augmentation Evoker, it seems like it's something that's just been so powerful for the teams. But of course, like we've been saying with these spec bans, how and when they're going to use it being so important. So if this dungeon seems like one, just like you were saying, Tuttles, that it's going to be something really important or crucial, then we'll see if those teams bust it out. But, Polish Mountain, Almost Fine. It seems like these teams can absolutely give each other a run for their money. But Polish Mountain, I mean, they were looking really good that last run. Dratnos, what do you think Almost Fine needs to polish up or really bring home or land in this next dungeon?
Yeah, I mean, they were, again, basically on pace up until that tank death. They did have that other death earlier on the Veximus area. That one wouldn't have been as costly for them. It might have still been a very close finish, but yeah, the tank death, it's tough. Like Tuttles was saying, it's kind of hard to tell, like, why does that happen if you've got defensive... Like, you've got a defensive trinket, you've got a healer there with you, you've got Nog Evoker to purge the bleed. But sometimes what can happen is when you have many different answers to a question, you can end up in like a bit of a decision paralysis spot where it's like you don't press your defensive trinket because you've got a bleed dispel. They don't press that because they know that you've got an Iron Bark if you need it. Your healer's in cat form doing damage, thinking you're going to use all that other stuff, and then all of that combines and your tank goes down. So that might be what was going on. I don't know. I'm just speculating. Of course, it's very hard when you're pulling that many mobs all at the same time, and you've been using all your cooldowns all dungeon. So a lot of different ways that it can happen, but it's got to not happen again if Almost Fine want a chance at this series.
Definitely. And especially seeing how the lower bracket is shaping up. I mean, we've got some strong competitors. So Makes, we were watching that run. You were talking about, well, if we could only get a better sense of both of these different routes. But Almost Fine, you were kind of advocating for them at the start. Do you think the performance they gave us here in this first map shows all that they have to offer as a team?
I mean, I think whenever there's deaths involved, especially like a tank death, that's not something you would ever be happy to say about a team, right? We are going to be expecting them to come up stronger, and I, just like Tuttles, was really interested in their spec bans, to me, more than the augmentation preservation, because I think that's a given. The interesting thing here is I think the unholy DK preservation, because those grips can come in really, really handy in Magister's Terrace, and I think that might just be what we're going to be seeing. Or if they're opting to do something different altogether, keep in mind their game plan is to take this to a third map. So that should be something that should be at the back of their head, as well as there will be another set of bans coming in after this map if Almost Fine is able to claim this one. So a lot of thonking that needs to be done by our teams, and I'm curious on what the group is that we're going to be seeing here. Of course, we know new tank, new healer, but what are the DPS going to look like for the teams?
Big thonks that have to happen here, but they're going to have to bring it all. Polish Mountain and Almost Fine coming into Magister's Terrace here. Almost Fine needs to get a point on the board or they will be moving to the lower brackets. It is all you, Dratnos.
All right, we do have the bears from both teams. It makes sense. There's a lot of really big pulls that you can do in Magister's Terrace, and bear can just do so much damage. The rest of the composition also being mirrored between the two teams. So we have complete agreement for the first time in our MDI this season around of that Mistweaver Monk, and then the Unholy DK and the Og Evoker, and then rounding it out with the Warlock, Demonology being the spec of choice here for both teams. So we'll have to see what value these different specs all bring. See if there's some skips that they all agree on. For instance, some gateways, some wordstones, those types of things that only these classes and these specs can provide.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it as well. Of course, Jette is one of the players that's just so comfortable on that Warlock as well. We saw it in the time trials too, so I'm not surprised to see that one come out here. A really niche or nice little thing you can do in this dungeon that has been established in the past couple of weeks is you can get the Pyromancer to actually walk on over there, so then you don't need to walk around and do the entire maze. I assume Almost Fine is going to be doing the same thing, but you can already see that there is a smidge behind here on the pull pattern, still dealing with the first set up top the stairs before they can go down to the Pyromancer. So some seconds already lost.
Yeah, exactly. The opening of the dungeon, just where you decide to move, how you are grouping these pulls, these can be the plus or minus 5 or 10 seconds that at the end of the dungeon, if there haven't been any huge deaths, if there haven't been any other differences, that is going to determine who will win here. Again, we have exact mirror comps between the two teams, so the slightest differences that we see might end up making the difference, but it looks like Polish Mountain are going to be getting ready to go straight potentially into the boss. Yep, there it is. Boss tagged by that Moonfire, and everything being grouped up over here. Bunch of these Bright Scale Worms coming in as well. And this is going to require some defensives, is that when they all die, it does explode for quite a bit of damage on the entire group. Benefit is you do get a damage buff afterwards. 18 stacks of that right now. I mean, they are doing quite a good bit of extra damage here for free.
That's right. You need to utilize those buffs when you can get them, and we love to see that. Almost Fine now catching up as well as they're on their way to our Carnotron Custos. We're expecting them to also send their Bloodlust here. Usually in the MDI, there's a very limited amount of lust that you can get. In most dungeons, it's 2. So I am very curious to see if that's going to be the case. And yes, they agree to send this one here. Also going to be stacking up. We're seeing 12 on their bars as they are dealing with Custos.
Yeah, those stacks are valuable. Looks like we have some extra worms being pulled in now by Almost Fine. Are these ones going to be able to die and potentially get them up past that 12 stack? Looks like it. That might even be okay, yeah, and then 6 stacks on the DK. So what must have happened is AMS must have been up when they would have otherwise been first applied. So they're a little bit weird stacks, though. They don't actually extend the buff when you get them. They're like Iron Furs, right, where they give you that new stack, but it doesn't refresh the old stacks. So they do fall off under the hood there. So Almost Fine. It's one of those things where you don't actually get much benefit by like delaying when you get those last 6 stacks because they don't give you extra time on the first 12.
Listen, I saw that AMS come up and the buff missing on Kina, and I was like, did we actually? So a little bit of an unfortunate situation there for Almost Fine, but they are going to be working on getting Arcanatron done. And Polish Mountain are on their way towards Sunlash. So let's see how big they go here. Notably, these mobs, there's a lot of interrupting that you need to do. There's a lot of extra unavoidable damage that your team is just going to be taking here. So Kioma has a lot of work on his hands right now.
Yeah, this is a plus 17 key as well. So remember that just the raw damage is going to be close to lethal. Look how many mobs Polish Mountain are in combat with right now. This is one of the big spots as well where you don't have any dwarfs on your team, which means that these glaives from the Spellbreaker are pretty nasty, pretty lethal. A lot of HPS going to be required out of Kioma, like you said. That Life Cocoon comes out and has now been eaten through as those stacks of the bleed. Spinning Crane Kick having to do a lot of work here. The Celestial Conduit being popped as well. But now out of cooldowns is Kioma. Luckily, most of the Spellbreakers are pretty low on health. This last set of these glaives is going to be a problem, though. You can see a double stack on that Evoker. No Cauterizing Flame available, as I believe it was used earlier.
Oh.
You can see each of those ticks is nearly killing him.
I mean, very impressive that he was able to live, I'll say. For a second, I thought we were for sure going to be dropping at least at cheap death, but Juro's able to maintain himself there, not even going all the way, as they're now in fight with Sunlash. Almost Fine in the meantime, able to finish out the boss. Let's see how big they go and how their pull is going to be going here, because that danger is still very much real for them.
Absolutely, yeah. This is going to be a really important pull for Almost Fine to try and catch up to Polish Mountain, who've gotten already quite a bit of a lead here at the start of the dungeon. And we have a difference in trinkets once again between our tanks. This time around, it's Norskin who's on the, I would say, a little bit more of a dangerous setup, playing the Algathar Puzzle Box, whereas Tankier's just playing two very powerful passive trinkets from the raid. So if Norskin is able to find a good time to Puzzle Box and ramp up that Incarn damage, might be able to do some really crazy DPS as a result. But it can be pretty scary to try and channel that while you're either in combat or while you're making everybody else wait for you to start combat.
Scary moment there for Kina and Snow, but they were able to push on through. However, we're also seeing that Almost Fine didn't go all the way here. So there's a second pack that they're essentially doing in the hallway here. And then in the background, you can see the Spellbreaker pack also still standing. So they're significantly slowing down in comparison to what we saw from Polish Mountain, which is not what you want to see when you're already looking to be a bit behind. So not great news for the people in chat rooting for Almost Fine, but they can still catch up. Of course, they would love to stay in the upper bracket here and meet whoever comes out of game 4, but they will need this map and map 3 to go their way. And that means beating Polish Mountain for now. Lots of damage going out on both teams as Polish Mountain is getting closer and closer to defeating Serenal Sunlash here. And Almost Fine does have a death as their Evoker goes down to the Runic Glaive.
Yeah, and the bad news here makes is that even aside from that death, they already lost almost 90 seconds on that first boss split, Almost Fine did. And this is a huge amount of time to try and come back from. You can see that Polish Mountain have already killed off boss 2 before Almost Fine even get into combat here. They are going to really need to find a way to accelerate in the remainder of the dungeon, and or have something terrible befall Polish Mountain, which, of course, that is always a possibility. This is a plus 17 key. A lot of stuff can still happen. It's Polish Mountain now charging through the forces of the void as they are unleashed upon Magister's Terrace. Let's see what combination they decide to pull here. We can see already almost a death for Polish Mountain. Load of aggro potentially onto that Unholy DK. Going to be answered with that Life Cocoon. And Tankier's able to get threat. Looks like this pull is showing absolutely no signs of stopping. Are they going to pause in the room with the double Void Terror? The answer is no. We are going all the way to the third boss room here. This is going to be incredibly dangerous, and they don't have Lust.
Yes, there's no lust for this pull, but thankfully cooldowns are available. We're sending everything we have into this pack right now, but we also need to hit those interrupts. We need to hit those CCs. We can absolutely not get feared by those Void Terrors. Here comes a Horror Wave, but they're able to get that one interrupted. Terror Wave, it's coming for you, but so does the stun as Polish Mountain is moving closer and closer to finishing one of the most insane pulls we've seen today, as they don't have any lust, no cocoon on Kioma as well. What an absolute chat pull.
Yeah, incredible pull from Polish Mountain. Looks like most of the danger has been taken care of. Always got to watch out, though, for that final terror wave. It's going to be Shadow Fury to delay the inevitable here, followed by a Breath of Eon's stun. And before those next terror waves come out, all of the Void Terrors are down. Polish Mountain making it look easy, but that pull is not easy at all, especially at this plus 17 key level. Super dangerous pull. We're now ready to start the boss RP and go straight into boss combat. Now watch the way that Tank Gears is going to pull this boss as soon as it spawns here, getting directly into combat with it, and then just keeping it right inside the AoE here of the rest of them. So there's a way you can pull this boss over to the side and you get a little bit longer of having all three stacked up. But Tank Gear's electing not to do that because that would mean that then all the other mobs would be running as well, and all of those casters as well. So opting for a little bit less uptime on the three Gemelises here being stacked together in exchange for keeping them nice and cleanly on the remaining mobs that are still alive. A little bit of an optimization compared to what you might do if you were just pulling the boss with no extra trash.
Yeah, really cool to see, though. We are now going to be adding those Void Walkers as well, as Tank Gears does take the, how do we call this? The main Gemellis?
Yeah.
The main body of Gemellis towards
Gemellis
that
Prime.
last pack that was still standing. I'm down with that, but almost fine now on their way as well. And you can see, once again, they're not going as big. Still a huge pull for them, but obviously not nearly as gigantic as what we saw from Polish Mountain. There's still a lot of danger in this one that they will need to best to try and get through this as quickly as possible, as Polish Mountain is dealing with the boss down to 50%, and of course spawning more and more copies of himself essentially every couple of seconds, now up to those 4. And from here on out, it's just AoE galore.
Yeah, exactly. You get this 5-target moment. Some specs are really nice at this 5-target section, but a lot of them will rely on keeping them nice and close together. So look at the way the Tank Gears here is going to be maneuvering that main one such that they're almost always getting 3-target cleave and sometimes even 4-target cleave. It's not easy to do, and it's one of those things where you really have to kind of identify how they're all moving, but especially when they all start a cast, if you can have them stacked up during that, it can be so valuable. So they're very quickly removing those shields. It looks like they're not even really worrying about removing the shields on the ones that are far away, because they know they're just focusing damage onto these two anyways. They don't have something like a Moonkin that's cleaving everything and that would want that shield to be gone.
Yeah, and with that, Gemellis does go down 80% on the count. We still need a little bit of extra trash to be done before they can go to how are we saying this name?
Degentrius.
Degentrius, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Learning something new every day. There you go. And Almost Fine is on their way to Gemellis as well, now finishing out the Shadow Rift pack, but if I'm seeing correctly, they left the left Shadow Rift Void Caller still up, so might be that they still need to deal with that side as well. As, Polish Mountain, all gas, no brakes. How big can the pull get? And the answer is just yes. There is a terror wave in the back there.
They line of
nice
sight
little
it.
use of
Nice.
line of sight, yes, to make sure that they're not getting hit by that one. Very, very cool usage of those pillars.
Exactly, and that's going to let it come in without needing to use a kick on it, and without needing to use an AoE stop, because the thing is, if you use something like a leg sweep on a Void Terror, as soon as it comes out of that leg sweep, it's going to start casting again. So you really want to try and use interrupts, or if you can just let one cast while you line of sight it, either of those will solve your problem for 20 seconds instead of just for 5 seconds. So much nice, very, very good use of that pillar from Polish Mountain. That one last Void Terror should be pretty easy to kick and take with them here. That triangle marker looks like they're just going to kill it and then be able to be nearly done with count. 95%. Yep. They're gatewaying past that nasty pull at the bottom of the stairs here. And you can see actually being tagged in a few extra of these. Those Hollow Soul Shredders loving to just teleport straight up. That's going to mean they don't have to pull that pack at the bottom. Terror Wave from one of them, but they should be able, actually from both, they should be able to line them, though, just using the elevation there to do so, and straight into combat with that last boss as those Shredders once again teleport. They do that Shadow Step thing to join the rest of the pull.
Yep, exactly. Polish Mountain here really showing off that 2 changes in their roster just mean they came back even stronger. A team that already looked pretty scary in previous tournaments, just looking here to say, this time we're fighting for playing at the BlizzCon stage. We're in it to win it, and we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. Some really impressive plays in this dungeon for sure, but of course they still need to finish out this boss. There's a little bit of danger that can still happen here. One Void Terror cast going through, or one of these orbs not being soaked, and it could all fall within the second.
Yeah, this is a dangerous boss encounter, although with most of the trash already dead, most of the ways that it could go wrong have already been handled by Polish Mountain. But still, of course, the remainder to deal with. That Lust now falling off for them too, so their damage is going to slow a little bit here. Still, though, only 38% on the boss, and the entire group here is doing so much damage. Even that Mistweaver Monk contributing a solid 54k right now. Very, very impressive performance from Polish Mountain. And in this dungeon in particular, they've just looked on another level compared to Almost Fine. Almost Fine haven't been doing badly at all. You know, they've had that one death, but otherwise their pulls have been good. They fought a huge amount of enemies here before this third boss, but it was just nothing compared to Polish Mountain fighting the entire hallway with the boss room as well.
I mean, we've seen some amazing pulls in this run here from Polish Mountain, and I think it's well deserved that they are going to be 2-0ing this map run for them here, making them go further in our upper bracket. What a show off.
Amazing to see. Polish Mountain starts off Season 1 of Midnight Strong, racing ahead in our third series and beating out Almost Fine, indeed, 2-0. And while Almost Fine will be heading down to the lower bracket, Polish Mountain will move ahead. And honestly, both of these teams played very well, but Polish Mountain just seemed to be that much faster and that much more pulled together with this new roster and with everything else that was going so right for them. Now, Makes, you joined me in predicting that Polish Mountain would go 2-1 on this, but having now seen the final map of the series, what do you think defined both the teams' runs in Magister's Terrace?
I mean, it has to be the pull cadence out of Polish Mountain. I'm sure Tels agrees with that once he actually comes and joins us here for the review. But the pattern that they pulled, these massive, massive pulls that we saw right before the second boss, right before Gemellis, just insanity pulls with no lust, just pure cooldowns and vibes, and the way they executed was clean. So it's incredible to watch.
It was so incredible. And yeah, I mean, Tuttles, let's get your thoughts too. How did these runs pan out, and what did you think about this map here in Magister's Terrace?
Okay, I was a little bit critical about Polish Mountain's Algathar Academy run, but I think that the way that they played this Magister's Terrace was phenomenal. Starting in the starting gate, you saw Jura on the side of Polish Mountain. He has an extra duplicate, so if you press your Breath of Eons while you're in the loading screen, you get that extra duplicate from your Apex talent for Augmentation Evoker. It's with how the maps get started by our admins, it's not 100% of the time that you can actually get that extra duplicate, but for Polish Mountain, it actually allows Jura to have a lot more damage on pull there. And then Polish Mountain just leveraged this momentum into just the most insane pulls. They're saving their bloodlust for the first boss. They're saving all of their offensive CDs and doing the entire hallway with the runic glaive mobs. And then they're pulling the entire hallway again. And I think it's just really leveraged off the fact that this Guardian Druid and this Mistweaver Monk are just so good at high target counts, where the Mistweaver Monk, 20 mobs, 30 mobs, 40 mobs, no diff, we're just pressing Spinning Crane Kick, and we're doing infinite healing. You can just continue to add more and more mobs, and they continue to do more and more HPS. For Guardian Druid, a lot of tanks are soft capped or hard capped on some of their abilities, but Guardian Druid's thrash, especially whenever that is the main driver of their AoE damage, it allowed. I mean, the Guardian Druid is just doing so much damage. And I mean, just look at this setup here. I was worried about the gather here, about people just getting meleeed to death whenever they were gathering this many mobs. And the Guardian Druid, the thrash changes that we saw this week, they just have threat on this many mobs. I was questioning when they were going to stop, and they just kept going. Double Void Caller here. Surprised didn't wipe them, but just absolutely beast mode. And then a perfect run like this from Polish Mountain would not be capped off without a little bit of additional cool tech, where they end up killing off this trash pack. They Warlock gate up to this next platform, and I was worried because this Tyrant and this Void Caller, if it gets pulled at global combats, your entire group, but they grip the 2 Voidbound Terrors, and then the Shredders port to people. And that's an important distinction, is that they port past those other mobs, that Tyrant and that Void Caller, and so that allows Polish Mountain to take some additional funnel into the boss. I don't see how a route is more optimal than this route that we saw from Polish Mountain, and I would not be shocked if this is actually the best route for this dungeon.
It was certainly impressive. I mean, seeing them just go through this, we mentioned before this series, Polish Mountain, sometimes they have those little inconsistencies, but they have these moments of brilliance. And this was definitely one of those brilliant moments. Seeing them just blast through this run, it's definitely going to set the pace and the precedent for many other runs in this dungeon to come. Now, of course, though, this is going to, like we said, get our bracket a little bit more shifted. So Polish Mountain is going to be continuing on in the upper bracket, while Almost Fine will move on down to the bottom, where their opponent is yet to be determined. But Dratnos, skimming over the bracket as it stands right now, what is jumping out to you?
I would be very scared if I was running into Polish Mountain here in the quarterfinals. Whichever team wins in our next series, that is going to be so scary. And honestly, that performance out of Polish Mountain, I think that shows they are a world-class team in some of these dungeons, at least in the 2 we saw. They looked so incredibly impressive. So will they be able to maintain that level of performance? We won't find out today, but maybe tomorrow when we see them next, we will learn more.
Yeah, each time they show up, I think we're going to be going, okay, can they manage it? Can they keep it? Can they stay locked in? But really, I think maybe some of these shifts have just brought something together for them with their roster, because it was awesome seeing them just pull big and just go wild with it. Now, we have something we're going to go a little wild with here too on the stream, and you're all welcome to join us in it. That is our mini game. Go wild or go medium, do whatever you want, but I suggest going wild. We're going to be playing Picture Nation of Emojis and try to decode the hidden message within. So this could represent an arena map, specialization, team name, something from the game World of Warcraft, which we are all here to celebrate and enjoy content for. But we're going to try to decode these as best we can here on the desk. And that'll be revealed here for us in just a second. I mean, this is kind of, Makes, do you feel confident? Is your emoji game strong? Oh.
Well, I do have parents over the age of 60, so I see a lot of emojis. I'm not always sure what they mean.
Sure.
Are we going to see all of them?
Windrunner Spire?
Or do we go
Oh.
over the age of 60, so I see a lot of emojis. I'm not always sure what they mean.
Sure.
Are we going to see all of them?
Windrunner
Yes.
Oh.
Wow. Yep.
Maybe one
no,
at
I
a
agree.
time? Oh, I bet you it
Surely.
is.
Wow.
Wow, that was okay.
Aced.
That might be the best.
Great, well, everybody,
Tettles
that was
uses
a
a
very
lot of
short
emojis
game.
based on that.
Tettles just didn't go wild, just went straight for it and was just like, and done. Finished it off. There it is. I love it. Windrunner Spire. Chat, I hope some of you, I'm peeking, I'm looking to see if anybody else got it that fast, but honestly, Tettles, I think you might have beaten everybody to the punch.
If this casting thing doesn't work out for me, I have a nice career in, World of Warcraft emoji guesser, I think.
Right.
Got it that fast, but honestly, Tettles, I think you might have beaten everybody to the punch.
If this casting thing doesn't work out for me, I have a nice career in, World of Warcraft emoji guesser, I think.
Right.
It's a very lucrative field, yeah. I hear as much. Well done. All right, well, everybody, in the future, if Tuttles isn't on the desk, hopefully you'll have a chance to guess. The rest of us are going to have to up our emoji game in the meantime. But up next, we are going to have our final series of the day, our fourth series between Send Spellbook and FIRMAWAND. These are two teams, some of which we have seen before in other configurations here. So, I mean, Dratnus, with Send Spellbook and FIRMAWAND, what do you think our final series of the day is going to have in store for us?
Yeah, this is really important. So Send Spellbook are the 7th seed overall, which means they were only slightly slower than Polish Mountain in the time trials. Are they going to be able to put up a similar performance in this upcoming series as Polish Mountain did in the previous series? Will FIRMAWAND be able to compete with that? Will FIRMAWAND be able to upset them? These are the mysteries.
They are indeed. But mysteries, they will not remain for much longer. After a short break, we will be seeing what exactly these two teams are going to bring to the table. We'll talk about it in more detail as well. But start getting your guesses already, everybody. Until then, sit tight, and we will see you soon for Series 4, Send Spellbook versus FIRMAWAND. break time's over, and we have more Mythic Dungeon International in store. It's our 4th and final series of the day, Send Spellbook versus FIRMAWAND. So chat, you know the drill by now, make your predictions. And we're going to go ahead and cover the two teams ourselves here. Like we said, last two teams of the day, but not the last time we'll be seeing them this weekend. Now, FIRMAWAND, they are a team with really consistent gameplay. They're comfortable with the spec variety rule. They've got good vibes, which they emphasize, that they really try to just channel that chill mentality while they play. And they spontaneously signed up in the War Within Season 1 to start doing MDI. So Makes, can their experiences through the War Within help them rise higher in Midnight?
Listen, they set themselves, the difference between them and the other teams is that they practiced for 15 hours and other teams have not. They might have practiced more, but that doesn't matter. One of the things that FIRMAWAND for sure has is support, a rallying and chat every single time they show up on our screen. And if, you know, growing up with a lot of anime and like movies has taught me anything, it's the power of friendship always wins, so.
That's true. FIRMAWAND, they've got that power. Nobody else can seem to fully replicate it unless they form those deep bonds every season. But Firma, they've nailed it, honestly. Now, Send Spellbook, they are a team that has just freshly come together to form those new bonds, although some of these players you have seen in various configurations over the years, most notably from 07 and Suspicious Activities. So Zyro, is this particular configuration the one that's finally going to lock them in for victory?
We'll have to find out. I mean, some of the players on this team have been competing in the MDI since it first came on the scene back in like 2017. I mean, Shelly's been around for forever. Thinking back to Method PogChamp back in the day.
Are you calling him old?
I mean, yeah, these guys have been around for forever. Maybe this is the one. Maybe this is the configuration that finally gets them to the top. We'll have to see. All I'm interested in right now is whether or not they can match that gauntlet that's been thrown down by Polish Mountain, because since the start of the day, we've kind of been looking at the bottom half of this gauntlet between Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook. Which of these two teams is going to look better to be the potential second seed coming out of this bracket? We all think Mandatory is almost guaranteed to come out. Only one other team can go to Grand Finals. Polish Mountain looked awesome in that matchup just now. Can Send Spellbook match that here in this matchup? Who knows? I
mean, I'm sure they're hoping that they can, because they'd love to make it ahead, especially with BlizzCon down the road for our global finals. But I mean, Tettles, we're going to be starting things off with them in Windrunner Spire, and with these teams matching up here, do you think they can pull it off? Do you think that Send Spellbook, they're going to be strong coming in this way, or what's your read on where these two teams might be coming in?
Yeah, I think Send Spellbook are pretty significant favorites. The narrative, though, for FIRMAWAND every single season during the War Within was kind of the same, though. They were underdogs, a little bit lower seeded, but they were kind of like, you know, Dragon Slayers, I guess is the better way of describing them, the underdog story, where they would just randomly try to, like, you know, either utilize the spec variety rule to their advantage. They knocked out Polish Mountain in the Season 1 of the War Within, and actually, you know, Polish Mountain was supposed to be a team that was qualifying further, and they ended up eliminating them. So I think that FIRMAWAND is always a team that comes up with unique strategies related towards the rules that I think benefits them greatly.
You know, I love that you describe them as Dragon Slayers, but we should clarify here that they have not been going around murdering people's their characters. So just that everybody knows, they're just taking on some big challenges.
I'd be okay with that.
No, I love my Drac there. But these two teams, we have some predictions we need to make, and you all hopefully have as well in chat. So we're going to start things off. Makes, what do you think the score is going to be at the end of this series?
Okay, 2-1 in favor of Send Spellbook, because I think Send Spellbook might have the upper hand here, but like Tal's mentioned, FIRMAWAND is always good for a surprise. I'm down for them to take one of these maps, and there is a seat in this dungeon pool as second map, so we'll go there for sure. That dungeon is scary, very scary, so we'll have to see how that goes.
We will indeed. And Tettles, what is your prediction?
Send Spellbook 2-0.
Okay, Zyra?
Oh, this is tough. Do I want to go for what I think is right, or do I want to be contrarian? I gotta go with
both are things that you do frequently.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a rough choice. Let's go 2-0 Send Spellbook. I think they just got too much experience on their team.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to fight against that experience that they have, even with all of the good vibes FIRMAWAND brings. I think I myself am going to have to go 2-1 in favor of Send Spellbook. But FIRMAWAND, I am ready and waiting for you to surprise us like you often do. And it looks like chat as well was leaning towards Send Spellbook considerably, though we have some FIRMAWAND champions out there. So keep cheering them on both sides, everybody, because this is going to be a fantastic final series of the day. Now they're going to be going into Windrunner Spire to start here. Tuttles, what are your thoughts on this particular dungeon and what we've seen already today in it?
I think that this dungeon is one of the ones that's like the pulls kind of gate you with, like, you can only go so big. Things like the stewards at the very beginning, there are mobs like the behemoth, the banshee, all of those mobs are like the apex links. If you end up pulling too many of these like very dangerous mobs at the exact same time, you probably just wipe. So I think that the big thing is going to be, first off, traversing the dungeon in a manner where you're able to get these dangerous mobs gathered, but also only playing one of them at a time, I think, is going to be like a key element of the strategy for this dungeon to try to make it as fast as possible. Whenever we saw it earlier between I Do It and the chefs, the big thing that they utilize is Rogue and Shroud to be able to just get through the dungeon and maybe potentially skip some things. I'm interested in seeing if other teams also play Rogue in here, or if that was just like the Zero Cool Shindig specialty.
You know, it's fun seeing the Rogue, it's fun seeing the specialties come out, but it could be something that does really shine in here. I mean, with these two teams, we'll have to see what comps they want to bring to the table. We've already seen how the spec variety rule definitely leads you to have to come up with some interesting strategy, as you don't look at just any one game, but you instead look at the whole series that you're going to be playing. With Send Spellbook and with FIRMAWAND, though, Zyro, are there any specs you think we might see? Is it going to be that Rogue or something else?
Well, I think Send Spellbook is in an interesting position because they actually have two like very prolific Warlock players on their team, so they can kind of like swap between who gets to play that. I know Shelly's been playing a lot of Dragon as well, so like if he's going to play the Augmentation Evoker, they can have someone else play the Warlock. So I mean, like, it'll be interesting to see how they play around that. But in general, I don't know. I'm interested in the Rogue pick as well, because it certainly is interesting to have two Rogue like mains. I don't want to call them one tricks, because clearly they can play other classes, but like that's what they're known for. It's funny to have them in a matchup on the first time we see this dungeon, and they both play, and it looks great for both of the teams. So we don't have anything else to go off of in terms of speedruns here. If other teams pick the Rogue, it might just be a staple for this dungeon. I don't know. Those stewards are so annoying to deal with, though, right? I guess we're gonna find out soon, though.
I've been looking at the time trials once more just to see, you know, sometimes we've definitely had a couple more Rogues than Zero Cool and Shindig in the time trials, but not on those two teams, and we're not going to be seeing them here either as we go into the Windrunner Spire between Send Spellbook and FIRMAWAND. No Rogues to be found. Instead, we're getting something pretty cool. The Warriors are back, Zyro. Petals, sorry.
Goodbye, Zyra. Double Arms Warrior, kind of interesting. And Dan, being a long-time DPS Warrior player, I feel like for Send Spellbook, that was one of the things I was going to talk about at the very top of the show, was I feel like they have like kind of a deep bag in terms of like pocket picks that they can kind of play, and I was wondering if that Warrior was going to get unleashed, and I actually think that Arms is quite good. There was a Mysarth Caverns 21 that was timed by a Fizz comp like a couple weeks ago, and the Arms Warrior was just 1v9ing the mobs. Like he actually put up like a 250,000 DPS in like a 21. So that was a very impressive showcase. And look at FIRMAWAND here. They're able to down this first pack of trash way faster than Send Spellbook is. And I actually think it's off of the back of that Devour Demon Hunter needing a little bit of time to ramp and get their damage rolling, where you see FIRMAWAND with that Enhancement Shaman, they have on-demand damage. You see that Unholy Decay, they have on-demand damage. That Arms Warrior, they have on-demand damage. And they're just playing this Fizz Zug comp where we're running at the mobs. This is the PvE version of Turbo, and we're just gonna run at the mobs. We're gonna hit 5 mobs at a time. We're gonna win.
Yeah, very much so. Triple melee across the board. Not something you see a whole lot in the MDI, but I can see it in this dungeon. There's a lot of interrupts, there's a lot of CCs you definitely want to hit, and especially in pulls like the one we're seeing from Send Spellbook here. They still have their lust, but we could see them drag it out all the way to that first boss, which is what I think is going to happen. But first, they need to get through this one. You can see Sky just fighting for his life there. A lot of damage going out, but seems to have stabilized now. A little bit of a scary moment for them, as we do have the leg sweep coming as well to try and buy some more time to finish this pack. Meta's still running, but it has slowed down here on the damage output of Send Spellbook.
What's the deal with Bloodlust here, Makes?
So I think we're going to be seeing the same thing that we saw from I Do It, and you called them the chefs. I like that. Cook is gone.
Yep, the chefs, that's right.
I think we're going to see the teams take everything they can all the way into the first boss. So I assume Ember, Dawn, or Derelict Duo, as you can see right now, 4 teams here, depending on how teams decide to path. I think that is meta for this dungeon. You want to make the most out of it, and that's exactly what's happening. Right-hand side, Derelict Duo. Left-hand side, Ember Dawn is going to be spawning here momentarily, and that is a massive pull. This Send Spellbook has just been dragging behind them as they've
I'm terrified.
This boss.
So they have the Bloated Lasher, and then they have 2 of the Dragonhawks into this pull. So the Dragonhawks need to get CC'd whenever they were doing their Flame Spit cast. That big Lasher, he puts an AoE dot on the entire party. That, when combined with the Ember Dawn dot, especially during this Burning Gale cast, look at this Send Spellbook. This is very dangerous. Now, it is on a 15. We do have access to things like Spirit Link, and so Roybin is preemptively pressing the Spirit Link, making sure that nobody is able to get killed off by that insane amount of rot damage, plus Dragonhawk Flame Spit. Wow, that was an excellent play by Send Spellbook, and you called it out. That's what that Bloodlust was saved for. I think that this Bloodlust for Send Spellbook was way better than the Bloodlust for FIRMAWAND.
Yeah, I agree. A huge value lust. I also really like that niche thing of just utilizing the ping system to let everybody know, here is where I'm going to be dropping that Spirit Link. Make sure you're in it. It's not easy to get a value Spirit Link on this boss in particular, because he does this frontal cone that just rotates, so it's very hard to find a safe spot here for players to just stand in. Very nicely done by Send Spellbook.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what's about to happen with the routing divergence between these two teams. FIRMAWAND going to that Derelict Duo first. Intuitively, I think that the side that FIRMAWAND went to is a lot more, I would say, capped in terms of like the pulls that you can do with things like the Behemoth on the side and then the Banshees with the Shriek. It's really a dangerous side to the point where it's like you kind of have to stop at some point, but FIRMAWAND just kind of powered through it. For Send Spellbook, how many pulls is it going to take for them to be able to get to that second boss? Because I would not be shocked if on the right-hand side of the screen here, FIRMAWAND, by skipping that Steward with that Ring of Peace and really good CC on the Dragonhawks, they can actually make it to Ember Dawn in just like 1 to maybe 1.5 pulls.
But keep in mind, the pull that we saw on Send Spellbook, I would argue, was enabled by using that lust. Now, FIRMAWAND does not have their lust.
Yeah.
So are they able to do something of similar caliber without having access to that huge buff to them? That's the thing that I'm wondering most about. But of course, here is that first massive pull that they're going to be doing, and we'll see what happens afterwards. For Send Spellbook, the story's inverted, right? They're now here with the cutthroats. There's a lot of damage that goes out. You have to deal with those shriekers. You were talking about that as well. Just arguably slows you down. We did see one huge pull earlier into the Derelict Duo. That was enabled by a Shroud. So I think that's the only time we're going to be seeing those really, really massive pulls into it. But Send Spellbook is on their way as their pack is dying down, and I assume anything we grab now, we're taking into boss.
I mean, look at Bear Mistweaver. Seems like it had just an insanely good combo of specializations. Like the way that they want to play is they want to get the mobs all stacked up. We're going to spam Spinning Crane Kick. We're going to spam Thrash, and we are just going to throw it in the blender, right? I believe.
Are we going into Ember Dawn? Can we do it?
I mean, they just had the first AoE go off. Now they have some of the fire spits. They actually want to start the RP to get the boss spawn. So yeah, by walking onto this bridge, they are starting that RP. And I wonder what they're waiting to get killed off. It looks like some of the small lashers is what they were waiting to get killed off before pulling Ember Dawn. What's going to get pulled first? Ember Dawn on FIRMAWAND side is going to get pulled moments before Send Spellbook is able to grab the Derelict Duo. But the Derelict Duo is being pulled with the Behemoth.
Well, it seems like Sun Spellbook likes a little challenge. I'm all here for it.
Ooh, here's the
They
link.
still need to deal with that. AoE going out for them. And survive on the back of this SLT. Another chop.
Yeah.
Scary moments.
So after these bosses die for both of these teams, strategies are going to kind of converge, right? They're going to be on the opposite sides of one another for the next pull, but the mobs that are in the next pull are going to be basically the exact same. They're those birds that do that interrupting shout. So it's really going to kind of come down to which boss dies first to determine which team is in the lead. And I mean, look at this. They have very similar amounts of trash. I think that Sin Spellbook is going to have a little bit more after they end up killing off this behemoth. Maybe it's even the exact same. Okay, yeah. Sin Spellbook has a hair more count, but nothing notable from like a pull perspective. Like there's no additional pulls that are gonna have to happen. FIRMAWAND's just gonna have to grab like one additional mob in this next area.
Yeah, I'm really curious in regards to their bloodlust timing.
Okay.
So on the right-hand side, FIRMAWAND was able to get their lust pressed a little bit earlier. If that ends up mattering towards the tail end of the dungeon, like towards Commander CARLA, that could be a factor on why I prefer their route, but the one on Sun Spellbook just looked like it was such good value with how massive the pull was and how quickly they were able to get through it as well. And it also looks like they're going to be the ones that can finish the second boss first.
Nice.
So very nicely done by Sun Spellbook. FIRMAWAND still has to chew through around 12% on Ember Dawn here as they go. And now we're on our way to Commander CARLA.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if FIRMAWAND's going to be able to accelerate here. I feel like intuitively, the Arms Warrior has a lot of uptime on sweeping strikes. The Unholy DK does a lot of just mass AoE damage with their DT. They drop their D&D, and they're able to do just a massive amount of AoE damage. It looks like they're, what, 15-ish some odd seconds behind where Sin Spellbook are. And for Sin Spellbook, it's basically just like, we need to continue to maintain the same pace that we've had, where we're playing high octane. Oh my god, dude, look at this. FIRMAWAND are full sending it. Sin Spellbook stopped. They're doing the breakers in a separate pull. If FIRMAWAND is able to pull this off, this is how they win this map.
Yeah, very, very huge pull that they have on their hands. Let's see how they deal with it, since Spellbook is now on the way as well to get this one going. It's a lot that they need to manage. Soldiers are in, AoE goes out, Auras and RX are down, and that is tragedy for FIRMAWAND. 30 seconds against the clock as well now. Spellbook arriving at the same spot. They will need to lift this to really put a gap between them and FIRMAWAND.
I mean, that's 30 seconds, right? That's that Challenger's Peril 30-second time loss that we saw get added in the War Within Season 1. That's a huge deal on a dungeon that we thought was going to be super close. And for Sin Spellbook, this is incredibly scary. They have two of these Phantasmal Mystics, which do massive amounts of AoE damage. For FIRMAWAND, standing in those arrows, just a tragic series of events.
Yeah, very, very upsetting. We were talking about how relevant it is. Unfortunately, did cost them those 2 lives. Thankfully, didn't cost them the pull, right? That would have been the real kicker. They're able to keep this one alive, keep going, go into the trash that is needed to clear for Prologue. So they're able to keep the overall dungeon pacing alive, which is crucial at this moment with how sad those 2 deaths are. That means FIRMAWAND is still very much in the running to maybe claw back if something happens to Sun Spellbook here, but certainly not in the position they would love to be in.
A little bit of bonus count here. We got 2 mobs of bonus counts, it looks like, for Sin Spellbook. These 2 axe throwers here getting pulled, wandering in a little bit late. Maybe it's one of those things that, like, Sin Spellbook wanted them for continued resource generation. Maybe they needed some of the mobs that were attached to that pack that's kind of behind them as they were gathering. Hard to really say, but they are going over count just a little bit. And for Sin Spellbook, it looks like the 30-second differential from those 2 deaths from FIRMAWAND is going to put them in a really significant lead. To be able to out DPS a team by 30 seconds, that is thousands and thousands of DPS on a single target. It is really hard to make up 30 seconds worth of just pure damage.
Yeah, it's incredibly hard for sure. But we'll see if they can do it. They're certainly going to try their very best. Cooldowns have been sent. CARLA is being DPS down, but even with that, you can see they're neck and neck on the percentage, and then those 30 seconds, like you mentioned, are going to count against them as well.
Yeah.
They will need to accelerate to the max to get this one off the wheels back again. But since Spellbook, they also still need to get through CARLA, and then, of course, through the heart. So that is a boss where Chaos is always in the room with us. There's always a little bit of danger, a little bit of lethality as well. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
Oh, no, there's no possible way that they can lose from here.
Oh, don't
There's no
say
way
that.
that somebody will possibly get stunned by the ring and end up dying. I refuse to believe it makes. But yeah, I mean, for Sin Spellbook, this looked surgical. At the same time, I think FIRMAWAND has a faster strategy. I think if FIRMAWAND doesn't have those 2 deaths, they lose all their DPS, they lose some of their offensive cooldowns. I do wonder if FIRMAWAND's Windrunner Spire route and strategy is better than that of Sin Spellbook's.
Yeah, it's an
Oh my God.
interesting
Wait, we just got our
conversation that
entire
we'll need
group
to
jumped on.
have.
Okay, like, okay, no problems.
Yep. Short little panic moment, but all is good. Nothing happened. Nobody saw that.
Good
As
execution for us.
Spellbook is finishing out the boss here, FIRMAWAND, right behind them. Both teams on their way to the Restless Heart. And, yeah, you know, I was talking in the green room earlier, we were talking about back in the day when you could actually take bosses out of their boss rooms, how fun this would be in this dungeon to just take the Restless Heart on a little adventure and maybe pull it with some extra trash. But of course, that is not possible. You cannot do that.
Can you move this guy out of his room?
Nope.
Okay.
But it would be nice, you know? It would be cool.
Yeah.
In the end, you're just never too happy to see a single nameplate being DPS, right? You would always like to add something onto that, but for the Restless Heart, it's just impossible.
Yeah. Look at this for Sin Spellbook. They immediately press their Bloodlust on hold. The thing that they're actually looking at the most whenever they're opting to press their Bloodlust is like, what is their Void Metamorphosis timing? The Devourer Demon Hunter, there's an approval process for pressing Bloodlust at any time. Does the Devourer Demon Hunter have Void Metamorphosis? If yes, you're allowed to press Lust. If no, you're not allowed to press it. For FIRMAWAND, they're kind of waiting for their offensive Cs, maybe looking for like an Execute Lust. And
Tommy.
oh my gosh, Tommy on the side of FIRMAWAND praying that he could buff Holy Paladin. Unfortunately, no bubble available to be able to get through that stun, not able to bubble out of it, getting stunned by that ring, costing another 15 seconds. Did he lose Bloodlust as well?
I think he might. It looked like he died and they hadn't pressed it
Okay.
yet. So I assumed they pressed it right after they rest him, but it did take a second there, so it could have been a little bit of an unfortunate overlap where they called like, oh, after this, we're going to press it. He goes down, they rest him, but they pressed it in the second that he was out. I'm not sure. We'll need to ask Zyro about that. As we see Send Spellbook on their way to victory over the first map in the Windrunner Spire. Restless Heart down to 8, 7, 6, 5. Incoming, one more wave. Can they clutch it out? No, they need to spell that one still out, and that is a win in that best of 3, sending us to the seat.
There it is, the first point on the board for Send Spellbook. They seemed clean, surgical even, as was described during the runs, and this will secure them victory over FIRMAWAND, at least here on our first map of the series. Now, FIRMAWAND's deaths obviously cost them a significant amount of time, but their strat seemed pretty fast in theory. And Send Spellbook was clean, but perhaps slower in their pacing overall. So, Tettles, do you think this matchup is closer than we first thought?
It is really interesting. I think that FIRMAWAND don't have those deaths, they win. I think Zyro is going to have to be able to tell us, but like realistically, I think that pull that they were doing right before the third boss was a significant time save. They did immediately get punished by dying to the arrow rain, but if you're in, like, I think that Send Spellbook is like one pull slower in the Windrunner Spire. What does that look like for future dungeons? It's hard to really say.
I mean, true. They've got to have a cleaner run without those deaths, but it definitely seemed like they were more ambitious. Zyro, can you give us any more insight into what they pulled out for the dungeon?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a typical... Like, I think we kind of nailed what the expectation was for both of our teams here. Sin Spellbook had a really solid run overall, whereas FIRMAWAND they had potential to win this dungeon based off of the route, but it just didn't work out for them. We were talking kind of about the rogue pick and how it was used to skip past these stewards at the start here. Turns out Rot plus Paralyze gets you past that first steward, and the second one isn't as big of a deal to deal with since you're line of sighting it all the way down. Both teams ended up going for similarly large pulls, although not as big as Cook Is Gone's pull was earlier today, but I think you kind of need the rogue to set that one up. And generally speaking, this was just another like textbook run for Sin Spellbook. It looks like, you know, the experience is really paying off for them here. They were able to pull off these big pulls. They had a large amount of AoE damage with their setup, with their group comp, and it looked pretty solid for them. FIRMAWAND had a couple of deaths here and there, which kind of set them behind. That big pull right before the third boss really ended up doing it in for them. I think the double arms warrior pick was interesting here, and I wonder if that was just something that was more like a comfort pick for the two players rather than just being insanely good, because it didn't seem like it was like excelling in this key necessarily.
Yeah,
now, one
Dan
thing I
is a
want to say
warrior
for
main.
Sin Spellbook, yeah, I know Dan is a warrior main, but like I'm not sure about RX on his side as well. One thing I want to say about Sin Spellbook here, it looked like they could have saved time in this section of the dungeon. I was in replay channel with Mike here saying like, why aren't we just going boss here? Like these mobs aren't really doing anything here. They probably could have saved another 15 seconds if they just went boss right away here, so maybe they could be a little more aggressive with their pulling. They were behind at that point in the dungeon as well, so I wanted them to be a little more aggressive, but maybe that's something for future dungeons for them. Unfortunately, a couple arrow rain deaths here. I know there can sometimes be problems with the visual here. If you like stun the archers on their cast, the arrow rain still goes off and you can maybe not see the visual. I'm not sure if that's what happened to them there, but they were able to continue from there. Maybe they intended for that pull to eventually go into the next Mystic as well, which would have saved them even more time, but that kind of stopped them in their tracks there. I don't know. Either way, I mean, FIRMAWAND is looking like a pretty solid team. They're not looking like a 19 seed. I mean, I think they could definitely take a map here and potentially the series if they're able to actually play their route out to perfection and not have any deaths. Sin Spellbook, like I said, I'd like them to be a little more aggressive with their pulling. That was a little too close for a 7 seed versus an 18 seed for my liking. But either way, I mean, both teams look pretty good in that dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we've been seeing a lot of our lower seed teams, I think, really showing that, hey, they're making the competition fierce. They are putting up some good times as well, and I think that pressure is definitely there. Now, Makes, we have Seed of the Triumvirate coming up next for the teams, and we've got our bands out. So, taking a look at the bands that they've solidified, what are you thinking about the comps that we have?
So interestingly enough, Brew is out for Sin Spellbook. I'm expecting them to now play the Guardian. You can also see FIRMAWAND protected that Guardian. We also removed the Resto Shaman on Roybin. I'm expecting her to now play Mistweaver. And to no surprise, we removed the Warrior on both of those teams. I think that was a Windrunner Spire special that we're not going to be seeing in the seed. But FIRMAWAND also took out their Unholy DK. So very curious to see what exactly they are planning to run. Looks like they might want to keep that Enhance in there since that wasn't banned out, and it's a little bit of an unconventional pick within the groups that we've seen so far. So I'm curious what we're going to be shown. This seat, there's a lot you can do in here, and the crazier you go, the scarier it gets. It's a wide open dungeon. Those are fantastic for the MDI. But they also get my heart rate up, so.
I mean, yeah, you want to see the exciting pulls, right? You don't want to just be like snoozing. And I think that going big, like we said, definitely helps you most of the time not go home, although sometimes it can be a little bit more than you intended. Now, of course, we've seen some great consistency here from Sin Spellbook right off the bat at the beginning. It seemed like they were really playing measured, calculated, and we have that slightly unpredictable go big element with FIRMAWAND, where you can see that they're really trying to be ambitious. So maybe they will do exactly that here in Seed of the Triumvirate to better effect than they did previously. But either way, this is going to be our game 2 of Series 4, Seed of the Triumvirate, Sin Spellbook versus FIRMAWAND. As they come in here, Tettles, let's see what they have for us.
I think that this first pull of the dungeon is going to be by far the most important. The last time we saw Seed of the Triumvirate all the way back in Legion, the last time we saw it, there was a 75 death affair. We are going quad subjugator as the first pull of this dungeon, with 4 of these chains of subjugation coming out at the exact same time. The ability to be able to keep all of the players alive for both Sin Spellbook and FIRMAWAND is going to be integral. If we end up seeing a couple of deaths, that can spiral into a full team wipe rather quickly. And like looking at these Mistweaver monks, they are going to be the linchpin here with Roybin doing 300,000 HPS and Tommy doing 200,000 HPS. And just look at this bear druid damage from FIRMAWAND.
Wow.
900,000 DPS, getting that first boss pulled pretty quickly on the side of FIRMAWAND. And Sin Spellbook as well, also getting Zural pulled at the almost same time, Makes.
Yeah, listen, chat, pipe up. Perk up, listen, you are not doing this in your keys, okay? I don't want to see in my average 15 weeklies, I don't want to see the tank go MDI route and pull all of these guys. That is such a scary pull that we just witnessed there for those teams, and they dealt with it expertly. But FIRMAWAND a little bit under pressure here, dropping a little lower. You can see the cap coming in there on the little void, making sure that one is not going to be a problem. The other one will be cleaved down once it gets a little bit closer to Zural. On the left-hand side, a similar story. There is a void. It is pretty close. One is incapped in the back. We're using ring to make sure it's not reaching the boss.
I'm pretty sure you're not going to kill any of these. Like, oh my god, Sky ends up walking out of melee range of the Shadow Guard champions, and he ends up proccing their dash, Relentless Pursuit.
Oh, no.
It is a massive bleed that gets put onto players. It is non-dwarfable, non-cauterizable. Like, it is an insane fizz dot hit. Ends up going down. The fact that Sin Spellbook didn't immediately wipe with those Shadow Guard champions and the boss meleeing people is an absolute miracle. And I mean, look at this. It comes off the back of that Ring of Peace, just knocking those champions back a little bit. Sky gets charged by them and just pops.
That is tragic. Thank you so much for the replay there, production. But the fact that they're able to keep the boss pull alive just goes to show you the experience on this team. Phenomenal recovery. Of course, now one death on the scoreline for them there, but this could have gone much, much worse with a tank death on a boss fight like this. Everybody being on their toes, making sure the rest comes out quickly from Dan, as well as probably, I assume, Looney kiting it out, or Dan kiting it out while he's resting. I mean, scary stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that is terrifying as well. Like, fortunately enough, the champion charges were on cooldown. If any of their DPS got charged by that champion, they just immediately die. I don't think there's much to really say about that. Okay, so Sin Spellbook, look at the left side of your screen right here. What they have is they have Rift Stalkers inside of this Rift Warden pool. So those mobs apply bleeds, and after this Rift becomes destabilized by the Rift Warden, the pulsing AoE damage plus that bleed combo is something that can actually take players out. Even on the 16 Keystone level, you have to be very, very scared of this if you're this Mistweaver Monk, and if you're this Augmentation Evoker. You even see that Life Cocoon coming out on Shelly as he gets targeted with one of those bleeds. Roy been doing a really good job of preemptively trying to make sure that he is he's safe here.
Yeah, very nicely done. I mean, you saw what those champions can do at that very first boss, so expertly done with them here. This time, FIRMAWAND is dealing with that same pack. It is crazy to me that despite that death, Sin Spellbook is still a little bit faster on the overall dungeon pacing. Of course, the 15 seconds are going to count against them as well, but right now, it looks like they're very fast here. Adu, nearly dying, is able to recover here by the grace of a defensive, and Tommy just really protecting them here. Big pulls, big damage all across the board. You can see that unavoidable damage that's just ticking on both of those teams again and again. I feel like Seat is one of the dungeons that has so much of that, where you're just constantly looking at your nameplates, at your HP bar, and you're like, oh, why am I not topped?
Yeah, when do you think Ret Paladin's better than DK in this dungeon? Makes.
That's a good question. Now, of course, I am a little bit biased, right? I personally think the DK is better. And that is because of how wide this dungeon is. I really think the grip comes in quite nicely to actually help you with some of those casters that you want to just grab and bring together. We're also seeing, of course, that Prot Warrior, which doesn't have some of that utility, like, let's say, a Blood DK would, or a Bear Druid would, that can just knock things. So I think it's a little bit of team comp, and I personally like that Unholy DK a little bit more, but again, I'm biased. Why do you think Aura is choosing to play that Ret Paladin?
I think that first pull with the 4 Subjugators is really good for the Ret Paladin, but now I'm sitting here thinking, like, is Sin Spellbook just going to continue to accelerate compared to this Ret Paladin composition just off the back of Unholy DK damage being really, really good? I mean, look at Dan on the left side of the screen. He's doing 300,000 DPS. Obviously, auras kind of matching this. I do think that Retribution Paladin this season has some priority damage that they haven't always had. And I think that there is maybe something to be said about a composition that has a little bit more focused damage. Ooh, FIRMAWAND here. They were able to actually catch up and pass Sin's Spellbook in terms of just time in the dungeon. Plus, they have that death differential advantage.
Yeah, they certainly do. Let's see how big they go here, and they are going to be grabbing everything in this area on both of the sides. You can see the bleeds ticking, both on Looney, Dan, as well as RX on the right-hand side. But slowly and surely, healers are getting that under control.
Dude's getting charged by these champions. This is the second time I've seen him eat double charge. He is an Incarn right now, and so he's fine, but the first set of double charges looked like he was about to kill him off.
Yeah, we also used Cocoon on Shala there. He was taking a lot of damage, so a little bit of emergency deployed just to make sure he's safe. And we are managing mana, of course, as well as they are now going into the next boss. So we're going to be seeing them deal with that for the next couple of minutes. I am curious on whether or not FIRMAWAND is going to be able to accelerate here just a little bit. They would so need it to try and get the dungeon pacing in order, because since Spellbook, like we mentioned, they have these 15 death penalty seconds, but they've just been a smidge faster. So if by the end of this, they just continue to accelerate, they might just take this serious. And FIRMAWAND, of course, wants to avoid this by any means necessary, so they need to floor it.
Yeah, I feel like this is the part of the dungeon where things start to slow down a little bit. This encounter by itself just does so much damage. So the Dark Fang, that Catechation will leap out and put a very nasty bleed onto players, and then Saprish will do the phase dash where it's trying to blow up these orbs that you see on the screen right here. And any of the combinations of that with the overcharge dot and the Dark Fang bleed at the exact same time, and you can just have somebody die. So I think that you have to be very calculated about the trash that you're pulling into this fight. So both of these teams, it's really just going to kind of come down to like who is pressing their globals more effectively on this 3-target encounter, and less about like whose route is going to be superior for this kind of moment in time.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Sense Spellbook also has like 0.8 count difference, so they haven't played exactly the same packs up to this point. I'm hopeful that this is not something we missed somewhere and actually a difference in how their pack routing looks like, but it is something we might need to keep looking on as these teams are moving forward throughout this dungeon. Of course, after this boss, there is a pretty nasty trash pack to the right, which I assume we should be pathing towards next, so let's see what the teams do as Saprish, Darkfang, and Shadewing are dropping lower and lower and will be finished off any second now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bottom of the screen here. So those timers that you can see at the bottom of the screen, the splits, are time adjusted for that 1 15-second death loss. Since Spellbook is going to be able to kill off this first boss at 6 minutes and 39 seconds, where is FIRMAWAND going to land with their second boss being killed off? And it looks like they are going to be 5 seconds faster. So any mistake on either side, if Sin Spellbook is able to full send it and have maybe a faster route in this end and begin to pick up additional time, this could actually be a big deal. Dude, did you see that on the left side? Sky ends up pulling off one of these Void Destroyers over. Yep. He ends up shadow melding that mob off and dropping combat from it. It looks like Looney has Sigil of Misery to pack, and he's preparing the additional Void Destructors to get pulled into here. But on the right side, FIRMAWAND, they are full sending it into the boss room. This is very reminiscent of what we saw from the Windrunner Spire. This is an aggressive strategy. If they're able to pull it off, they are going to be 30, 45 seconds maybe ahead.
There is so much you need to manage in this pool here. First of all, the obvious, you need to dodge those orbs that continue to spawn, but you also need to interrupt those void benders. That is very, very important for the team. You can even see one of them is caged to the back there. This is like normally 3. I think right now they have 2 in this pack, and the third one is standing in the background. We're probably just finishing one of these off. You can see, I think it's the moon marker for this team, and then we'll tag in the one that is currently sitting in that Demon Hunter cage in the back there. But that is still a scary pull for FIRMAWAND. They're electing to also use their lust on this one, which of course since SPELLBOOK have now available as well, and that allows them to move through it nicely, and we're in fight with Viceroy Nezahar.
So, Bloodlust is kind of an interesting thought here, because while that pull may have been enabled by Bloodlust, which ends up cutting down 1 additional trash pull, the alternative would be what? Bloodlusting Lura probably during the 200% damage amp. If you can skip a phase on Lura because you hold that Bloodlust, I think that's going to be a bigger time gain than what FIRMAWAND did, because those Lura phases, they happen about every minute 30-ish after the initial one that happens about like the minute 25 marker. So there is a world where Sin Spellbook with that Bloodlust, if they're able to one-phase the boss or beat a cycle that FIRMAWAND can't beat because of not having access to that Bloodlust, it could be a very big deal. We're going to have to see what's happening here, but if you're making me pick, I would pick FIRMAWAND's position right here. They are looking fantastic.
They certainly are. Are you thinking that the one phase on the 16 Lura is possible? Because I was thinking about that as well, and I think it might just be it's a 2-phase anyway kind of angle, in which case I really like using the lust for a pull like this one, right? But if Sense Spellbook is just holding on to it, that tells me that they might have done that in their practice. So I'm now really curious to see how it works out for them as they are going to be going towards Laura.
Okay, something weird is actually happening. So FIRMAWAND, look at their count. They have 95.07%. So after this boss, there's about a minute. Yeah, there's about a minute worth of RP. I don't know how long it actually takes to kill off this Shadow Weaver double Void Caller pack. For Sin Spellbook, they have 1 mob that's caged off to the side. For me, that mob is for one very specific thing. It's to let your Demon Hunter build souls. Just accumulate souls, be able to just press those consumes on. But it's not going to be really much of a time loss. For FIRMAWAND, is this going to be a pack that they get killed off in time where they're not just sitting around waiting for Lura to spawn? That's kind of the thought process that I'm having here, is like, whose strategy is going to end up being better? And for Sin Spellbook, the Lura Bloodlust is really going to be pivotal, because they also have to make up 15 seconds. They have to time this dungeon faster than FIRMAWAND, but they have to time it faster by over 15 seconds. And I think it's still on the table here, but this is going to be quite a bit closer than I initially thought.
So what we're seeing from FIRMAWAND here is exactly what I think they would do. They're adding it in while Nezahar is pretty low. He's going to be dying in that cleave, but that allows them to just start DPSing on these mobs and dealing with them already, and getting that a little bit cleaved off. Now, you can kind of just start a timer in your head after you see them pull this, and I think it kind of adds up to a little bit over a minute, but let's see. As they are finishing out the first couple of ones, that Conjurer is still alive, door opens, Spellbook is in, Tommy is running, he's just saying, guys, you're on your own, and that is perfectly fine for them. And now they're going to be following up here. Conjurer does get interrupted as they're on their way to Laura. It's basically the same time. So Spellbook, whenever they see Laura, that's also when FIRMAWAND would be seeing it. And you can see the Conjurer in the back. They're just going to leave that. They're saying he's just going to walk up.
I'm pretty sure that both of these teams are going to be pulling Lura at the exact same time. I think for me, I would rather be Sin Spellbook than FIRMAWAND.
Hadu's running. Hadu was backtracking just a bit, maybe trying to get another interrupt onto the Conjurer, but is back with the team. So slight difference in when they pulled the boss here. Otherwise, I would have agreed with you. I think they spawned at exactly the same time.
I see what's going on here. So FIRMAWAND, they're going to be intentionally missing one of their runes, and they're going to be going for the 2-minute boss amp burn. For Sin Spellbook, I would be surprised if they end up missing one of the relics here with just the state of their offensive cooldowns. I mean, look at this. The army's available. Looney rather has 50 souls. Shelly ends up getting hit by the circle, not even proccing his Defy Fate. So
they had a very awkward spawn, I will say. It was not an easy one.
Yeah. So there's a strategy where teams intentionally miss some of these relics because if you press like your army on pull or you press a 2-minute on pull, then you're able to have it up for the second burn. But that obviously delays this Symphony of Eternal Nightcast that you see Lure doing right here. So Sin Spellbook, they've pressed their lust. They need to one-phase this boss. That is kind of the important variable here. All of their offensive CDs have been pressed. The Breath of Eons is coming out. The Void meta is coming out. The army's coming out with the DT. Is Lure going to be able to die within 10 more seconds? You see the boss's health just absolutely plummeting. On the right side, FIRMAWAND committing to this 2-minute burn.
6 seconds.
If they are able to one-phase the boss without the Bloodlust and Spellbook, end up back in this phase, they have to be able to down this fight faster than 15 seconds ahead of FIRMAWAND. So Lura dies right now for Sin Spellbook at 15:56. Is FIRMAWAND going to be able to have the boss killed off by then? It looks like the answer is going to be no, Makes, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, they have like 6 seconds, but I do agree with you. Unless they can channel damage from hell, that is not going to be happening. And with that, Sen Spellbook getting that 2-0 victory.
I mean, it was close there. FIRMAWAND really tried to take advantage and push ahead, but Sen Spellbook, even with that death, did not let that stop them. When it came down to the wire, they burned the boss with everything that they had and secured that victory 2-0. Now, looking at this matchup, we got to see some different choices, particularly on this map, like the Unholy DK versus Ret Pally, as well as Lust Timing, where the teams gathered trash. So let me ask, Makes, where do you think these different choices really panned out in a significant way for either team?
I mean, I think Sen Spellbook just did some crazy stuff. That first pull that they did, how quickly they finished that one off, the fact that they were able to recover a situation as tragic as your tank dying during a boss fight, and then how they just kept on flooring. I think in the end, it comes down to Lust, saving that for the Lura 1 phase. That is the big difference maker here. I think otherwise, FIRMAWAND might have taken this map.
Yeah, they were looking pretty good. I mean, Tuttles, how about with you? Was there anything you think significantly weighed in either team's favor?
I mean, dude, look at this DK damage versus Ret Paladin. Like, the DK at 311,000 DPS, the Ret Paladin at 255k. The effectiveness of Bloodlust, I think, is something that Zyro's going to have to be able to, I think, calculate. I think it's kind of a fairly easy calculation. You're just trying to figure out whether or not that pull that FIRMAWAND did saved them 30 seconds compared to the Bloodlust that allowed Sin Spellbook to basically just one-phase Lura without missing a relic.
Let's go ahead and we'll just ask him right now. Zyro, with some of these differences that we've been noting, what do you think about these two teams and their matchup?
I mean, if you can one-phase Lure with a Bloodlust, that is easily the best use case of it. But there's a lot of other things that happened in this dungeon as well, right? The very first death here from Sky on the War was actually really unfortunate.
Crazy.
He got knocked back into the puddle, took extra damage on top of all the extra trash. It was just like the worst case scenario for a tank. But the fact that they were able to keep it to that one death kept them in this dungeon. With all those mobs left alive, potentially still meleeing their characters is impressive as well. Just, I mean, that's just pure execution from them. That's a team that has a lot of experience in order to not have any extra deaths there, and they're able to continue the key. Aside from that, up until we kind of got to the third boss room, there wasn't a lot of difference between the two teams. I mean, yeah, Looney's doing some fun stuff during the trash in this second area here, but, like, realistically, the skips weren't all great for them. I mean, the Shadow Meld skip fail here for Sin Spellbook definitely cost them more time than the death did on the first boss. It looks like it was kind of a classic HOTS on the tank while he tried to Shadow Meld skip, kept them in combat. That lost him a bunch of time. But this was the biggest difference in the entire dungeon here. The Spell Reflect diff on that third boss, every single Mind Blast cast that they got a Spell Reflect on, 2% of the boss's HP chunked away. By the time the boss died for both teams, all the difference had been made up from Sin Spellbook. And then, of course, the one phase on Lure was just the icing on the cake. So, yeah, FIRMAWAND actually looked really good in this key. But Sin Spellbook, this was just kind of like a masterclass from them, even with the mistakes. If they had no mistakes, this could have been easily like 45 seconds to a minute faster from them. And I think this sets us up for a really awesome matchup between them and Polish Mountain tomorrow that I think will be kind of my match to look forward to tomorrow.
Honestly, I'm excited too. I think those two, especially seeing today what they've brought to this new season, I'm like, I want to see how far they can go. I want to see how far they can push themselves. But, you know, it's been amazing seeing all of our teams, including FIRMAWAND, who really did push themselves and I think really showed up here, especially for that second map. But Tettles, as we look over the bracket overall for today and where our teams on day one of Group A ended up, we can go ahead and get a little bit of a sense of what is going to be in store for us tomorrow on a larger scale as well. So with that in mind, here we are. Let's look at the bracket. Tettles, what do you see?
I think that their first series tomorrow between Mandatory and I Do It, you know, I think that with Cook is gone, not having characters, you know, available and forfeiting the map is a little bit unfortunate. But for I Do It, they're going to need to be able to capitalize on it. They put themselves in an okay position. I'm a little bit worried about their matchup versus Mandatory, but even like a lower bracket run would be phenomenal for them. I think FIRMAWAND is probably one of the other teams to watch for me, where it felt kind of like SPELLBOOK was on upset watch a little bit. Like, I felt like if you simulate that matchup, there's some times where FIRMAWAND 2-0s send SPELLBOOK there.
Yeah, I could feel that, honestly. And SPELLBOOK, they really seemed to have, especially in that first run, that good, strong, like clean execution, that little mistake in the second one. But I feel like FIRMAWAND had the opportunity there to pounce on them and just wasn't quite able to land it. But of course, it's not done for everybody yet because there are no eliminations today. Tomorrow is where those really start to come into play. And I mean, thinking on today's performances, makes overall, were there any teams that really surprised you, that you really think we're seeing something new from, or that you just think are going to be big powerhouses everybody needs to be rooting for?
I think not necessarily a surprise, but a welcome change is how strong Polish Mountain look. I've been big on this team. I think they've been ramping necessarily for a while. I think they're looking better from competition to competition. And I'm so hoping that we're going to be seeing the team we saw today, tomorrow, and on Sunday as well, because that is the one thing that bit them in previous tournaments. They need to be consistent on that performance. So very, very big on that team. I'm curious on what they have to show for tomorrow, but of course, it's been a great day by all our competitors.
It has indeed. And with that, that will be the end of our first day here for Group A. Like we're all saying, I think a lot of the teams just look so strong this year. A lot of new configurations of teams as well that just really seem to be starting to find their stride and already are big powerhouses. So I can't wait to see myself what it's going to all end up kind of taking us through this journey in Group A. But with our first day of speedrunning, setting these teams head to head, for some, we have groups that are now one step closer to becoming Group A champions with the finals and BlizzCon in their sights. And for others, they have dropped down to the lower bracket where they'll have to fight for a second chance to stay in the competition. Our first eliminations happen tomorrow, like I said, so join us for more high-speed Mythic Dungeon International runs at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels. We'll all see you there.